We missed the There we are.
And this is your host, Saggu. Joining us from Delhi, India. And we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. And we have Nick Palavida joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Welcome to IBM TV's Med Friday with Doctors. I, by mistake...
You did the financial one. I thought it was so cool. I was going, hey, did we jump to the Financial Friday, which is going to be on IBM TV later on today? But right now we start off with the Medical Friday. So we're going to be discussing medical issues with the disclaimer. If you do have a medical condition, please seek medical help. But the thing is, we're just going to, for informational purposes only. But before we get into that, are we going to have our report from Washington, D.C., the Tower of Power, find out what's going on?
Yes, we are going to. From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. On behalf of IBM TV, today we honor the memory of those who died on 9/11, as well as the lives around the globe that have forever been changed by the events of that day. There are 53 days left until the presidential election. Russian interference in the U.S. election is again occupying the limelight. First, the U.S. accused a Russian national of participating in a plot to gin up divisions amongst American voters. Second, the U.S. has imposed sanctions against a Ukrainian lawmaker who is also charged with attempting to influence the election. This comes on the heels of Microsoft's announcement that there is a systematic hacking program in place targeting over 200 separate organizations, including the Democratic Party, political consultants, and campaigns at all levels. Remember, it was only moments ago that Facebook and Twitter announced findings of similar activities by the Russians. On the campaign trail, Trump was in Michigan yesterday at an open-air airport rally. During his remarks, he denied that he lied to the American people about COVID-19. He claimed that Biden would shut down the auto industry, that Biden would delay the production of a vaccine, and overturn the ban on jihadists. Trump further asserted that overturning the ban on jihadists would result in mass immigration of terrorists into Michigan, and asked, quote, "Does anyone want to have a member of Antifa as a resident of your suburb?" End quote. Many of the attendees at the rally were not wearing masks. Meanwhile, the Trump Department of Homeland Security began the process of revoking over 1,000 student visas issued to Chinese students studying in the U.S. DH Secretary Wolf said the move was to protect U.S. interests from Chinese espionage. Separately, in the latest example of, quote, feeding on your own family, Tucker Carlson, a prominent Fox News personality, accused Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, a prominent Trump supporter, of intentionally sabotaging Trump by, quote, orchestrating the Woodward interviews with Trump. Senator Graham denies the allegations. On Capitol Hill, the Republican Senate bill proposing $500 billion, a full $2.5 trillion less than the prior appropriation approved by the Senate, has failed by a vote of 52 to 47, with some Republicans voting against their own party. The result has cast serious doubts on the future of the deal. This Republican defeat leaves only two outcomes. One, the Republicans in the White House will resume negotiations on a larger package. Or two, the comprehensive COVID-19 relief package is dead for the foreseeable future. In other news, India added another 96,000 new COVID cases. In positive news, India and China have reached an agreement to mutually draw down thousands of troops along the disputed border region between the two countries. In Afghanistan, the Taliban announced peace talks with the government beginning tomorrow. With these two developments, prospects for world peace took a step forward. In Australia, the CEO of Rio Tinto, a mining giant in the nation, has announced that he will step down amid widespread criticism of the company's destruction of indigenous sacred sites. His resignation is effective as soon as a replacement is found. Across the pond, the UK has announced a massive COVID-19 testing plan. The program, run by the government, would conduct millions of tests daily. The program, known as Operation Moonshot, has been called fundamentally flawed by healthcare experts. Finally, the COVID death toll from Johns Hopkins University is over 191,802 American souls lost, and 910,134 global souls lost, with no end in sight. That is your report for this day, September 11th, 2020, from IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, smart television for a smarter global community, from dictatorships to democracies around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. I'm Bill Trezevant.
Yes, it's good night to our people in Malaysia, or it's 10 o'clock in Malaysia, and good morning for the people in America. It's 10 o'clock in America, and of course, we're the sponsor of, the official television sponsor of International Day of Peace, which is September 21st. And Bill had some good news for a change. There he is, Washington, D.C. Bill, you had some good news for a change about peace in the world, so
Yes.
How'd that happen?
Well, I think cooler heads prevail, but anxious to know more. But generally and significantly, the thousands of troops that had been amassing on the disputed border region in India and China are being withdrawn, and tensions are de-escalating, which is a significant development given that both are nuclear powers. And separately, in Afghanistan, the Taliban, again, is going to sit down and engage in peace talks with the Afghanistan government. And that can only be positive once we get to the table. So those two steps alone.
Yeah.
All the other chaos in the world, it seems. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no. I heard they were thinking about building a country club with a golf course and the tennis courts, and that would work for me. But I don't know. To me, that would be a little bit more positive than whatever they're doing over there. But that is good news, and we are sponsoring International Day of Peace, September 21st. We'd like to hear from our viewers about the International Peace Day. If not, you may want to show up. It's going to be a great show. Apparently, we have a guy named Michael Douglas. I have to go through the list. Michael Douglas, Ringo Starr, Stevie Wonder, and Leonardo DiCaprio. They're pretty well known, I think, outside of our area. But we also have our own internal famous stars, and we'll bring in our first guest. Mukesh?
Before we go do that, I want to make a note that it is hosted by the United Nations, as well as we've been considered a host. So that's very...
Yeah. It's actually the United Nations started this. We're just filming it. So
we're considered hosts now. So
we are? Okay, we're hosts.
Yeah,
that's good. We're in 122 countries, so we do like to thank our viewership. But Mukesh, right along with Michael Douglas and all those guys, tell us a little bit about who you are, where you're from, and what do you do? Mukesh, can you hear us? Mukesh.
Casey, good evening. Can you hear us?
Is he mine?
Yeah, my background is like over more than. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Tell our audience a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Mukesh, try to log out and log in again. I think there is a bandwidth problem. In the meantime, we'll introduce all the guests.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
We have Kim joining us from California. Hi, Kim. Good morning. It's an early morning for Kim.
Jimon, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh wow, they're coming in loud and clear.
Yeah.
I'm coming in loud.
We have Shraddha Sinha joining us from Delhi. Shraddha is the. Shraddha, can you introduce yourself? I think you are in. Mukesh invited you as a dietitian on the show.
Hi all.
Hi, and I have to bring my friend in. Rakesh from Hong Kong has arrived.
Namaste.
Hello.
Alexander Starr from Toronto, Canada, and we have to get the perspective of Russia since he has his million Facebook followers in Russia, has arrived. And of course, Jeff I got to see his show yesterday. He actually runs IBM TV's Weed Wednesday, which is basically to get these people out of jail that don't belong there here in the United States, which has the highest incarceration rate in the world. We even beat India or Russia. Think about that, Alexander Starr. We incarcerate more people here than any other place in the world. China, we beat them. We beat everybody in coronavirus and incarcerations. So Jeff doesn't like that idea. So what we're trying to do is that, and the studio is full, so I am going to beam out and leave it to, let's see who could take over here. Oh, we'll let Bill take over. There we go. Boom. And I'll let the other person whoever's out will be coming in just a moment. I'll be backstage watching. So Bill, you're in charge now.
Well, kind of, with cooperation. That's all. Because let me just begin. Unlike the way Nick generally handles things, I believe in the consent of the participants. So if we all play well together, we'll run around the screen. Now, I see that we're at the top of the hour. What I'd like us to do is go around and introduce ourselves to our audience. Ankit, please start.
So we have Bill President, our White House correspondent, joining us from Washington, D.C., followed by we have Kim joining us from California. She's a regular on IBM TV. Then we have Mukesh Sinha joining us from Delhi. Mukesh works closely with healthcare and AI companies based out of Delhi. And he'll be talking about Ayurveda because Ayurveda is picking up because of COVID. And a lot of people and especially in India, they're consuming Ayurveda and trying to boost their immunity during the COVID times. And I think they will follow the pattern next couple of years as well. I think dietitian Shraddha can also mention what's happening with the COVID thing and how we can improvise our healthcare and all the systems using Ayurveda. We have Rakesh ji joining us from Hong Kong, and Rakesh ji is one of our IBM TV regular members, and he is also a scientist based out of Hong Kong and soon shifting to New Zealand. And then we have Alexander Starr joining us from Canada, and Alexander also represents Russia at some point of time. And then we have Jeff Icahn joining us from US. So that's the lineup for the day right now.
Okay, fantastic. Welcome, everyone. We have a packed day with health news. I'm just going to propose a couple of topics, and then I will let all of us decide which ones we want to go first. There's been a great deal of controversy over the rushing of a vaccine, with some accusing the Trump administration of politicizing the matter and rushing it too soon. In that vein, we had the suspension of the vaccine test, I believe, by one of the companies amid concerns of side effects. Okay. We have the ongoing spike worldwide of COVID cases and those issues. And then I want to just kind of broaden it up in a sense, because there are also a number of issues, because we are now 7 months or so into this. If people weren't nutty before, they might be getting, a little nutty now. So to the extent that we can talk about how people can, cope with how they're feeling, either boxed in or liberated, that would be an important, item. So I will take volunteers. Who would like to start?
I think we should start with introducing our guest, Mukesh ji and Shraddha Sinha from Delhi. They are joining us for the first time. So, Mukesh ji, would you like to introduce yourself and then Shraddha Sinha as well?
Yes, sure. See, you able to hear me now?
Yep, yes.
Yeah, okay. So, again, it's a pleasure to have on the IBM TV. I have a couple of minutes. Earlier, I on this TV regarding AI business. Now, today, I will talk about the Ayurvedic naturopathy's product. Because, the current COVID situation, current pandemic situation, many myth has been destroyed and many new concept has been come up. Earlier, it was feeling that when you have a very good infrastructure, you have a good healthcare, you are safe from any kind of virus or any kind of bacteria. But we have seen that the developed country is the biggest sufferer. So ultimately, come to the basic. If you have a good immune system, you have a good complete ecosystem, then probably you have a better fighting capabilities. So the new startup I have started in the business of immune related product, that is organic products. And there are many herbs, like in India is known for the herbs. And when you particularly talk about Ayurveda, it is one of the oldest science, particularly related to medicine, that goes back to almost 5,000 years. So, and that give the not about treatment. In fact, that give the about the preventive of the disease. So today's discussion will talk about how this Ayurvedic and Ayurveda improve. And we have got example like China, though there are death rate are
Okay.
very, very less. In fact, probably one of the lowest, least in the world.
Okay.
Today we have Dr. Sarda Sinha. Dr. Sarda Sinha is also there. He is a qualified, trained dietitian. So she will also add on this, how this immune product or Ayurvedic product helping to overall in India in particular. And now awareness is across the globe.
Hi
Yes.
everyone.
Yes.
How are you?
Okay. Well, you raise a very interesting topic because.
I am Dr.
Okay.
Tulla,
Go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
yes, Bill.
dietitian by profession.
Okay. Well, I was going to just point out that you raise a very interesting point. On the one hand, there is the post-COVID issue, which is the issue of vaccine. But on the beginning side, you raise.
And very important for us.
Okay.
It's very, very important for us to take care of our health, our diet, and our nutrition. And in Ayurveda, there are many secrets, many tips that can help you to boost your immunity and also to take care of your health in a very good way. Just like taking immunity drinks, kadhas that can help you to boost your immunity,
Okay.
eating herbs like aloe vera, giloy, and uh, adding spices in your diet like cumin, uh, cinnamon, turmeric, and many more like garlic, ginger. These are the basic tips that we can follow in our everyday life to boost our immunity and stay healthy and fit.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
JH, do you have any thoughts on how or suggestions with regard to, because it's really the pre-portion, what we really
Yeah,
have
hello.
to do. Yes, we can hear you. It's really this notion that we need to boost our immunity
Correct.
as an initial defense to COVID. So, what kinds of things can our viewers do, in your opinion, to boost immunity?
Bill, so you're asking me, or I just wanted to make sure.
Well, yes, I am.
Oh, well, I'm not an expert, and I appreciate your letting me ask a question, actually, with regards to this, because thank you for the wonderful topic. It's so important, and for your news. I really appreciate your news. With regards to something that was said earlier, I'm fascinated because in my understanding of some news of COVID-19 with regard to COVID-19, some people who had strong immunity were being hit by the cascade of issues with regards to COVID-19. So how is it affecting people in India? I was just curious about that, because here it's been affecting people who are quite strong sometimes.
Okay. So,
and also to follow up with your question, I wanted to respond to that a little bit. Excuse me for interrupting. With regards to tips and tools on how to manage stress that has increased during the pandemic, self-care is foundational. So anything that we can do to improve our routine with regard to self-care in any way on a regular basis is important. And we can talk more about that later.
Okay, fantastic. Mukesh, do you have any thoughts regarding JH's question?
Yeah, I have the same sort of question forming in my head, that while you have immunity, there are also cases, I believe in the UK, about 25% of the people who have been hit by COVID are younger people with a strong immune system and not with any comorbidities. So I am not so, when we look at a therapeutic system or a prophylactic system, we, at least from a scientific point of view, you need to see its proven effect against a specific pathogen. And in this case, a group of pathogens, which are the various strains of the virus. And I am interested to know if any studies have been, conducted by the institutions that research Ayurveda, particularly because my own grandfather was an Ayurvedic doctor.
Okay, that's interesting. Shraddha, do you have any thoughts on that? With regard, yes.
Dr. Shraddha, you want to say something about that?
Okay.
I think she's not.
Okay.
Mukesh, what do you think about Ayurveda and the current practices going on in the Ayurveda in regards to COVID?
I think most of the hospital, particularly in India, and even I know in the China, they are using certain herbs, along with the warm water, they are using it. Herbs, like one of the very popularly known as like Tulsi. Then you have Dr. Sada is mentioned about Giloi. So it's a combination they use with the warm water that affect your upper respiratory system. So it helps you to clear anything like any virus or attack or something congestion on the chest. So it help to clear that one. And it's not only related to COVID-19. If you are using on regular basis, like it is a recommendation from the Ayush Ministry. Ayush Ministry is like who is promoting Ayurveda and traditional medicine. So they are also saying using like warm water morning, evening. Then there is you have a turmeric powder with the milk that can affect very well. It will improve your immunity overall, and particularly in COVID, everybody knows that it impact your respiratory system. So it's very good for the respiratory system to clear any congestion.
Okay, now I just to follow up on that, what specifically should our viewers be looking at with regard to a cleanse of their body? What ingredients, what spices or herbs or things of that nature? Mukesh?
It's a combination of ingredient like ginger is one of the spice. Then they use black pepper, that is one. So it's a combination of 13, 14. So all these put together. Or as for the Ayush Ministry recommendation is there, they're saying a combination of food product basically. It is a tulsi, then black pepper, then called Krishna mirchi, and another is somut. This 4 combination is recommended by the government, particularly Ayush Ministry.
Okay. Now, sorry. Go ahead.
I wonder if we have any specific information. Say, I know about turmeric. It is a general anti-inflammatory, if I understand correctly. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm curious about tulsi. I know that it does have a kind of mint and a kind of there's hemoglobin in the not hemoglobin, chlorophyll in the molecules of the leaf. So I know that will is good overall for health, but as a tonic. But what I was really looking for is information. If you have it, if you don't have it, there's no worries. If you have any information about each ingredient and its specific input into dealing with COVID, because from what the learned doctors who come on earlier shows mentioned that the ACE2 receptors are there inside the nose, back of the throat, and in the alveoli of the lungs, not really the upper respiratory tracts, but actually down to the alveoli. So that is why I'm just curious about it. If you have the information, that's fine. If you'd like to come back sometime later, I'm more than happy to wait.
Okay. Well, at any point in time, just we can call on somebody if you have that information. I want to pivot for a second and go to Sharif. How are you doing down there?
Yes, Malaysia is good, but beside that, last few days I told you that I think maybe it's a second wave. Today, actually, 182 people actually affected in Malaysia. Even a few days ago, I saw hardly 4 or 5 people, 1, 2 people, even 1 people I saw that COVID affected. And now I think that it's a second wave. So yes, everybody is concerned about that. Malaysia, regarding maintaining SOP and other things, they are very careful. Especially they are closing their border even with the Singapores and the many things they are trying to maintain. But according to report today, I think that there is a second wave coming to Malaysia.
Wow.
So let's see what happens.
And Sasha, up in Toronto, have there been changes? And what's going on kind of up in Canada, if you can? Sure.
Okay, in Canada, situation with COVID-19 is pretty well stabilized. There are still few cases, though, cropping up sometimes in Toronto or more so in British Columbia. And in British Columbia, they are considering to close up things like they did before. And if that's the case, Toronto will follow, although Toronto has fewer cases and very few deaths. I mean, in the last few days, there were only 1 death and probably less than 100 new cases. But still, there are new cases. This is what's aggravating. It's not a number like for US. It's nothing really. The Canadian numbers, they're probably laughing at us. But still, I mean, each case has to be treated as a very unfavorable development and has to be avoided and taken down to zero. Actually, that's our goal.
Yeah, I'm curious because what I've learned from our various guests over the past couple of weeks has been, and I'd like any ideas or comments that you may want to share, that this really is, well, first of all, this is going to be here with us for a long time. Some of our guests have suggested that we're looking at like a 3-year window because some of the vaccines may come out and just be temporary. And here in the U.S., there's a fight over when the vaccines are going to come out. Most of the medical experts are suggesting that the vaccines will come out or be ready by around the first of the year, so in January. But even then, that would require multiple boosters. However, what I hear generally as a consensus is that it's really a holistic approach. That is, we have to deal with it on the front end, our health, our sanity, our well-being, our immune system, in order to prevent, and then if you are infected with the disease, the various treatments that we have. JH, do you have any thoughts?
Well, I was just wondering when you gave that great synopsis, if diabetes was an issue in India and how it's treated by Ayurveda, because diabetes has been one of the risk factors for COVID-19. Given the small size of the US population that's affected by the cascade of symptoms of COVID-19, diabetes is definitely one of those risk factors. So I was just curious about this.
Okay. Mukesh, has diabetes been an operating factor in the cases of COVID in your part of the world?
Voice is not come again, please.
Okay. Generally, with regard to the COVID-19 cases that you have appeared in, has diabetes been a significant factor in the process? Welcome. Okay.
I think there's some connection problem at KZ's end, and I would like to introduce our new guest, Dr. Deepali Garg Mathur. She's a eye specialist based out of Delhi. Good evening, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good evening, Ankit, and a very warm good evening to everyone on board. And thank you for having me on board today.
We're honored to have you. Just to bring you up to speed, today we are on the topic of COVID-19, and rather our individual impressions of how we go about dealing with it, both before and what we can do to prevent it. That is boosting your immune system through either herbs or spices and various other measures, as well as what you can do once you have, if you contract the disease. And most importantly, what other underlying factors, such as diabetes or other underlying conditions, have kind of contributed to the increase in the death tolls, at least in India and or around the world. Doctor?
As you know, India is the diabetic capital of the world. And diabetes and other comorbidities do contribute to having a higher mortality rate in patients with COVID-19, especially uncontrolled diabetes. And when we talk about complications related to the eye, of late we have found that sudden vascular occlusions have been seen in patients who are diabetic and who have contracted COVID-19, and they may be one of those bizarre presentations of COVID. So we don't expect it. I think we are evolving every day. Our knowledge related to COVID is evolving every day. We are seeing myriad presentations which we hadn't seen earlier. From an ophthalmologist point of view, definitely if we are addressing a patient who's diabetic or who's got any comorbidities, we would want them to be in check before the patient is being taken for any kind of elective surgery.
Okay. Sasha, you
I think, Bill, I think viewers would like to know more about Dr. Deepali. So I would like to know from Dr. Deepali, what do you do, where are you from, and how was the experience as an eye specialist, before and after COVID and during COVID as well? Can you please tell us about your plan?
Yeah, so Ankit, it's been a long journey for me. I would say a journey spanning around 20 years. And it's been with varied experiences. And definitely being an elective surgeon, most of our surgeries are elective, and most of our our dealings with the patients are elective, barring the few emergencies that we do have. It has been impacted very strongly with the COVID-19 pandemic. So there was a time in the beginning, which I would call the first phase, where we were totally inactive, where branches like ophthalmology, ENT, and dentists had taken a total backseat because we have a lot of proximity between the patient and the provider, keeping us in the high risk zone. But as the lockdown opened and people who had been waiting for long, were waiting for their elective surgeries to be taken in, now it's still a thing which is risky for both the patient as well as the provider. But we have realized how to keep things in place, what all to be done prior to taking the patient in the OPD or in surgery. And I think we are getting more intelligent by the day how to deal with this pandemic.
Okay, well, Doctor, if I can just ask a follow-up question.
Yes.
Over the past few days, there have been alarming numbers of reported cases coming out of India. However, yes, I believe that one of the reports said that the certain government officials believe that some of these tests these positive tests are the result of inadequate testing. That is, that the test itself may have got it wrong, and that they've ordered retesting of some of the people. What can you tell us about that?
So I do agree that we did have inadequate testing to start with. But along with that, we also have what is called the validity of testing. So if we are dealing with an RT-PCR, we know that our validity of testing is much higher versus a rapid antigen test. So most of the people were accessible to a rapid antigen test, and we were having a lot of false results. We were having a lot of patients because they were being tested a little. So as you all test on the amount of viral load that we are addressing. So that is another thing which could have confounded our results. And now that we are seeing what we are penning down as a second wave, could be due to definitely inadequate testing, could be due to increased testing now that we are also addressing these with testing like the rapid, the RT-PCR. We are going in for more evolved testing. So we are able to address those patients who were first declared as being COVID negative.
Right, because it began to suggest a pattern over the last few days that at that rate coming out of India, 95,000, 96,000 each day, that was a startling spread. And I wonder, there's been a report that the United Kingdom or Britain is coming up with a plan to test people daily, and they're talking about millions of tests each day. Is India putting together a program like that to deal with these testing issues in the various states?
Well, as I said, that we are, evolving every day. So I'm sure even the government policy is changing every day. Yesterday has been a shocker, seeing 95,000 cases arise out of the blue. In fact, these last few days, as you correctly said, has been a wake-up call for all of us. So, but the thing is that being, away from normalcy for so many months has also not been right. It has also not hit the general population well. So it's a question of finding normalcy between this pandemic. So I'm sure they would be coming with a revised program, but in the meantime, they also have to be able to, address the economy, to be able to address people in all, in all ways, just not the pandemic, but the population in totality. So that is also very important.
Okay, Jay, I believe you have some questions.
Yes, thank you. So I was just curious because I love this discussion and thank you so much for the information. I was curious about how accessible PPEs and masks are in Indian cities, especially with regard to pollution anyway, that might be there and COVID-19.
See, I won't be able to give you an overview, but talking about Delhi and sitting in a premium hospital in Delhi, I'm in the Max Super Speciality Hospital, which is also a COVID center. So for us, the PPEs and the N95 masks haven't been an issue. Along with this, I also work with a charitable hospital called the Lions Group, and even there, they have been sure that we have been able to provide N95 masks to the patients, the caregivers, whatever staff that we have. As we are going ahead in this pandemic, we all realize that it is mainly aerosol generated, and so protecting your nose and mouth is very, very essential. So definitely, when we talk about ophthalmology as a brand, our surgeries are dealing with the patient, though they are close proximity, they're also short-lived. Our general surgery would take around 20 minutes to half an hour at max. And if we talk about patient dealing, we have implemented breath shields in close proximity so that the patient's breath doesn't impact you. Along with that, procedures which are causing aerosol generation. You'd be interested to know that even the eye is a source. The eye secretions are a source of COVID-19, and they can be the source of transmission. So it's very important for us to avoid hand touch to the eye at all given points. And few things which have been incorporated by all over is having less, having less use of contact lenses, people switching over to glasses, which also acts like a protective shield, between you and the eye. And any kind of testing that we are doing, which is causing aerosol dentation, we're going to avoid that, like a non-contact intraocular pressure test.
Okay, I'm curious, Sasha.
Yes.
Yes, as we go down this road, and all of that is helpful, what do you think of the idea of governmental mass testing? And do you think that that's even possible? Because obviously there were, as we've heard, there are issues with the kind and the quality of the test, but to do it on a massive scale, what are your thoughts on that?
No government efforts would be effective if there is a ignorant, stubborn population with certain doctrines, beliefs, and sheer stupidity is so obvious. So I think that yesterday I saw actually very interesting things on television. I think it was CNN. They showed interview with one doctor who helps the COVID-19 patients. So he's got one patient who tested positive, and he asked him, where do you think you got that? Where were you been the last few days? Whom you contacted, or so on? And he described that he was on one of the political rallies when there was no social distancing, no mask wearing. And he says that I don't care really what's happening. I trust in my leader, and I will die for him if it's needed. So I don't care about coronavirus. So next thing, what this doctor did, he took him in the ward where there were people dying from COVID-19.
Wow.
And they showed it to him and says, that's where you are going to be in next couple of weeks. There was incredible transformation of that guy. He started to cry, please help me, save my life. I don't want to die. I don't care about my leader anymore. Please help. He was crying and so on.
Well,
It's the story.
Okay, no, and thank you for that. I want to go to Rakesh and then Sharif. So Rakesh?
Yeah, I think it is. It's so easy to take a position, and without understanding what it actually entails. So you take a position, a political position, and then when you see what you have to go through, then the realization hits home. I might want to just pipe in that India is doing almost, just from newspaper reports, I haven't been to India for a while, India is doing 1 million tests a day, more than 1 million tests a day.
Wow.
So, which is quite impressive. It's more, in America, they're doing only 750,000 tests a day. So that is something which is good for the people of India. I don't know, between RT-PCR and the other one, what is the breakdown in the 1 million tests, but I'm hoping, for the sake of my country of origin, that it's a good balance, and the more reliable tests are being carried out, or a greater majority of reliable tests being carried out. It's also tricky because this is such a new virus, and at one stage in my life, I was trying to be a doctor. I'm glad I didn't succeed.
That's so funny, because there are a lot of people in professions these days that wish that, it's the old saying, if I knew then what I know now, would I still be here, kind of thing. But who knows? Sharif,
I'm just being facetious. The doctors are really, as somebody said, saints in this situation. I often said to other friends of mine, if I did become a doctor, I would have been in jail for some kind of malpractice. I'm not a very careless person.
Okay. Well then, we're glad you're not, and we're glad you're with us, and we're honored to have you, as well as all of our other guests. Now, Sharif, what do you think the impact of a governmental program of mass testing would be?
Okay.
Okay.
I have some specific point of views. First thing first, like example, okay, if I think about Malaysia, I can give you a different opinion, as well as I'm from South Asian continent, so I have a different point of view as well regarding the government policy and government activities and other things. First thing first, just compare the economy, cultures, and political point of view. I think Singapore, Malaysia is not so far from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and this kind of country. I do not want to go for Europe, even in USA, because this is far. We have a lot of difference in between our cultures and many things. But I want to say in between Malaysia and India, Malaysia and example. Even Bangladesh and this kind of country, we have very cultural difference. But what's the problem? Yes, every country has a problems, and the much example testings and PP distribution and other things. If you see that, why Malaysia are doing very well, why Singapore doing very well, this is because of their government. Government take initiative that I want to do something, and they feel that this is their duties and responsibilities, as well as they are professional. Every country has good professional. I'm sure that India has good professionals, Bangladesh has good professional, Pakistan has good professionals, and there are many honest and sincere people. If you give them duties, job, and responsibility, they will fulfill it very well. I want to say Malaysia and South Asian continent is not much more different. Different is political views. Different is politicians. Different is political system. Different is policy. Like example, I'm very sorry, even if I am from Bangladesh, like even I can understand India, but I do not want to directly attack anyone. But fact is that, like, we are very unlucky, like country like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, our politicians is so much of corrupted. Our politicians are, I'm sorry to say, they are not committed towards their country, towards their peoples, towards their systems or anything. And this is the culture. Even fact is that those who are the politicians and whatever, they are highly educated group of people. They're getting their degrees from Cambridge. They're getting their degree from Harvard. So they know very well the cultures and the how to handle, how to implement policy educationally and practically. Even example in the Gandhi family, I saw in Cambridge University, even in Bangladesh, that our advisor and many more from Harvard University, they are even very good scholars. Issue is Mahathir Mohamad, example in Malaysia, he took the decision, I will make my nations a good nations. Yes, they have problem. I do not want to say it's 100% okay, but comparison, if I want to compare and other things, only because of the political approach, even intellectual capacity wise, I want to say Indian people are great. Indian professionals are great, but only because of the political difference, political philosophical difference, political approach difference, there are far difference, and we already it's open. Already it's an open secret that how actually COVID open the internal systems, economical situation, everything already open. Those who are highly corrupted, those who have system error, those who have are not responsible toward their government, they are highly affected and they are facing lot of problems.
Okay.
So I would like to ask Dr. Deepali that, during the COVID time, what kind of precautions as a doctor you have been taken care of? Because doctors are always the front warriors, and you have to go back and, you have to stay with your family as well. So there are a lot of day-to-day issues which, people like us can't even imagine, basically. And secondly, what do you think about Ayurveda, and especially the Kada concept? Because 80% of the Indians are having the Kada every day, and then they are taking sure that they're having the immunity boosting going on. So what do you think about that?
All right. So, Ankit, I'm sure that we are the healthcare specialists. We divide it into two parts: the frontline warriors who are coming in contact with, who are dealing with the COVID patients, as a first line basis, and then we have the rest of the healthcare professionals who are also at risk, but they are not dealing with COVID patients on a day-to-day basis. Now, if
Yeah.
you have the healthcare professionals or frontline warriors, they all have to wear the whole drill. Of course, the PPE is imperative. They are put on normally 8-hour duties, whereby these healthcare professionals are not accessible to their phones, they're not accessible to food, water. They are on a strict duty. And sometimes we do, even if we feel that there is a risk or there has been a kind of contact, or the healthcare professional may have come across a COVID positive patient without realizing that the patient was COVID positive and is a contact. In that case, those professionals are also isolated. So this isolation is also taken care of by the government. They have provided institutions, they provided staying facilities to the healthcare professionals. I think they've done a good job. And when we talk about the professionals who are not coming in contact with the COVID patients directly, but of course, since COVID is there to stay as per the present moment. So we all also, whether we are dealing with the patients, general patients in the OPD, or we are dealing with them as surgical candidates, we all also are properly attired. We are very sure that the patient is definitely wearing an N95, you're wearing an N95, or there is a suitable social distancing. The travel history of the patient is always accessed. We are also very sure that the patient is not running a fever, not carrying a cold and cough when he's entering the hospital, because he's putting others at risk. And yes, immunity boosting has always been there as a part of, and Ayurveda has always been with the Indians from time immemorial, and they all rely on it. So now, to talk about your immunity, I have realized over this time that each person is reacting to COVID in a very individual manner. Uh,
Yeah.
Though we have confounding factors like those who have pre-existing diseases like asthma or COPD or chronic obstructive pulmonary disorders or diabetes, or senior citizens, they're high risk patients. But sometimes arbitrarily you'll have younger patients also succumbing to COVID. So I feel that how a person is reacting to COVID is very individual. Also, it could also be dependent on the strain that you're getting affected with. As you know, that these strains are mutating every day.
Yeah.
So we can't say that COVID-19 is one particular strain. That is why our vaccines also are a little far-fetched. So we don't know whether we can really rely on our vaccines. These alternative therapies act well in conjunction with other things. Like supposing you are proven COVID positive, you can't only rely on alternative therapies. But yes, for prevention, to some degree, taking hot fluids, doing your routine gargling, and doing your steaming, all these also help, along with taking Ayurvedic kara. Well, one for the road, even I think I am also taking it. So I guess somewhere there is a belief that it does affect in making you stronger to fight the virus.
Okay.
Certainly. I think Dr. Deepali, we all Indian realize that turmeric, basil, and all those Ayurvedic, whatever we have as herbs in our Indian society, they are very powerful, and we should use it as a lifestyle rather than just using it during the COVID time.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just to add on to Dr. Deepali's and to Ankit, because all these herbs are also quite rich in antioxidant, and
Yeah.
it's a proven. It's antioxidant. It is anti-inflammatory. It is a antipyretic. So it's a combination of the things. So it is yes, only dependent on Ayurvedic will not be help, but as a proper along with the allopathic treatment, it is always, and it can be like lifestyle kind of like food supplement. So you can use as a food supplement. Definitely, chances of side effect is almost negligible. Anything excessive use is always has some negative thing, but if you are using as a lifestyle product, as a food supplement, there is nothing harm in that, and it's a quite rich experience, more than 5,000 years.
Yep.
It's Only thing is lacking, probably we need to have more clinical data to establish all these claims. So that is only thing is lacking. Otherwise, people are using it with years and years.
Okay,
And Dr. Deepali, I would like to know about something that what kind of practices you are sharing with your patients who are going for the eye surgeons, like cataract and all this stuff. And also, there are a lot of patients who are suffering from diabetes, and they also have some problem with the eyes. So, what are the causes, or what kind of symptoms they are facing during the COVID time? Dr. Deepali?
Oh. Yeah.
I think there is some connection issue. I don't know.
I think that raises another issue that, sure, Sharif?
Yes, actually, even Dr. Deepali and the Ayurved doctors, I know that India has very good Ayurvedic system. Even I know about Hamdard, and this is very good. Anyway, beside that, I have a question because I lose my family members in COVID-19. My aunties died, not for COVID. She died for the irresponsible behaviors from the doctors. Okay, what the issues? Okay, in my country, in Bangladesh, they said that, okay, if you have any problem or any things, you have to test COVID. Okay, very good. If COVID is positive, then you have to go another hospital. If COVID is negative, then you have to go another hospital. But suddenly my auntie, she has a problem that she has a diabetic related problem, and suddenly she has fever. So problem is that, like example, getting testings and everything, it takes around 4 to 5 days. We tried our our level best, but it takes around 4 to 5 days finish her COVID test. But in between 4 to 5 days, we cannot arrange any treatment from my country. So I want to say, beside and she died, and we get the COVID test actually negative, like she was not actually COVID patient. So why she died? She died because of irresponsible behavior from the healthcare industry. They are too much of stupid. They do not know how to manage the hospital management, and how to behave, how to taking care of the patients. Even everybody is not a COVID patient. There are different patients. There are some like emergency patient can come, and they do not giving them proper treatment. So there is a policy related problem, hospitality management related problem. It's not only that doctor or healthcare related problems. There is another things, that hospitality management, like example in COVID period, how you have to handle the other patients, how you have to handle the other emergency patients. It's completely stupid behavior, completely nonsense behavior. I'm very sorry.
No.
I'm from Bangladesh, I think.
Yes, definitely. I'm talking about Bangladesh. Even example, I have many friends even from India. I do not want to go there. I hear something. I do not want to, because Ankit and they are more responsible. They can say about that. It's a completely nonsense behaviors. That example, even they are not COVID patients, how they give them treatment, how they handle the present situation, what they have to do. On the other hand, politicians uses lot of fake news, lot of fake information. It's actually, I want to say, it's a totally stupid attitudes are happening. So so we have to overcome. Even I think that intellectual peoples and the professional people, not only this COVID situation, beside that, how they handle their hospitals, how they handle the different patients, what will be the role. Even they are not, how they, example, if 4 or 5 days, example, only because of 4 or 5 days it takes the COVID-19 test, my auntie died. So not only my auntie, actually I lose few of my friend, family member, only because of this nonsense behavior, fully nonsense behavior. So I don't know. I think
Sharif, I just have to mention one thing, because we are doing the COVID discussion since 7th of March, and we have invited a lot of doctors around the world. The problem what doctor or what healthcare people are saying, they have their own version, is that because they are also very new with this pandemic and they don't know how to deal with it. They are also having a lot of issues in terms of resources and all this stuff. So they are not sure what are the best practices, and they are also learning and optimizing it. But I know that always, whenever we're talking about health, which we lose, I mean, there is always a big, it's a big thing for us. I mean, it's not, we should not have to take it lightly, but we have to come up with a solution which will help both parties to come on the same platform and work on the infrastructure. Because you can understand, I mean, if you talk about Dr. Deepali or any other doctor in India or around the world, they are going every day, 7 days, double shift, working during the COVID period.
I know.
We are at home talking about it, and they need help, which is not getting the right help from the people. So I think there might be some misunderstanding or something which happened at some point of time. But what I'm saying is that we can't talk about the healthcare system is wrong. We can say that there's some problem in between which happens.
No, definitely. I want to say healthcare system completely wrong. You know how many, how much of money and corruptions happening. Example, I want to say Bangladesh. Okay, I do not want to say about India. Okay, I just want to say, you know how much corruptions happening in Bangladesh only in the healthcare system, and the politician involved, and it's a proven. Previous healthcare ministers almost sack. Even in this COVID period, our prime minister has to sack different kind of hospital. They have to sack different kind of even businessmen, even their deputy generals, because of we have to recognize the problem. If we do not recognize problem, we always say no, government good. Then we cannot. The reality is that I have to telling you the truth, and only because of the corruptions and the system error. And I try to understand. Let's say I ask Singapore, I ask Malaysia, why you are too good? Because they have let's say they are doctors also doing MBA. Why they doing MBA? Because of for handling the hospitals and this kind of management, they have to know how to handle these things. So, and they are doing in that way. On the other hand, I just taking responsibility of Bangladesh, I can say that there are a country like this kind of country in this COVID period, they have to be much more responsible.
I completely understand, and I think the problem is that it's difficult to manage bigger population countries rather than small countries, and small countries have done tremendously better job as compared to the bigger countries or developed countries during this time. But I'll go to Rakesh and see what he needs to talk about.
I'd like to point out that this is the virus which is often gets the people who are infected completely asymptomatic. So it's really hard to say that it's only corruption. I really don't know Bangladesh, so I'll take your word on it. But the fact that there's something, a virus which where patients can be completely asymptomatic makes it very, very hard for doctors, to even know where if you're looking at it from a military strategy, it's like having a hidden enemy. You don't know where this enemy is. It's like when you're facing a sniper as against when you're facing a regular battle trooper, So if you're facing a sniper, you just can't predict where they are. And so I would be wary about faulting the medical profession. There is incidentally a specific course on hospital management which is being taught in several universities, and so they do have protocols. That is why they have medical protocols. Normally, I worked in a hospital for some time, so I can tell you with a reasonable degree, I wouldn't say total expert level, but a reasonable degree of knowledge, that they do have protocols to handle situations. And in a case where there's a completely unknown virus like this, one cannot help but feel a little sympathetic for the medical profession. Though if it was my relative, I would feel as aggrieved as you are. I quite understand that.
Right. I have a question, just maybe on a pivot, and that is, are we at the stage where we need someone to kind of assert control to try to stabilize things, and maybe fines? What would you think about enforcing fines and fining people to get everybody to move in the right direction, either with masks and their general behavior? Sasha?
Well, I think I'm a strong believer in punishment system, whether it would be corporate punishment in England in the 19th century. Whether it's a capital punishment, like the French invented guillotine for that purposes, and it was very effective mm, device, worked really well and has great capacity and not very expensive to produce. Um, so for some people, like you see, I'm surprised actually. So Canada went as far as its fine system, and I know personally a couple of people, but it was a time in April the fines were only $1,000, and I know a person who was fined $1,000, and another one was fined $1,000. He was driving a car, and and so he was stopped by police for driving the car, and he had to explain where he's driving and where is he going and from where he's going. And so they immediately knew the address of his house and the address of his work. So he was driving in a place where he was not supposed to be. He would drive just to work and back from work. And therefore, he was fined $1,000 right on the spot. Um, You see, Canadians are not really rebellious people. They take, if it wasn't known that everybody has to wear a mask, everybody wears a mask. It's not debatable whether you should wear a mask or not, whether the government is corrupted and therefore you don't follow their orders or policies or something. In US, it's very different situation, as we know. The issue is very politicized, and that's actually very surprising because a present leader in Canada, Prime Minister Trudeau, extremely unpopular. He has now a few very sorrowful processes where he is being accused of all kind of serious things. And I think if election would be held today, he would lose as a landslide. But he will do so in the near future. Whenever his election is called, he's going to lose it. Everybody knows it. Yet, the Canadians are following this policies like wearing the masks or so on. There is no rebellion, so it's not really politicized. Okay, you may disagree with Trudeau, you may hate Trudeau, but it's nothing to do with medical issue of wearing the masks. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And Dill, I think Mukesh ji needs to leave, so he will conclude and before he leaves for the day. Mukesh ji, over to you.
Yeah. So just to add on, Mr. Sarif is talking, it's not just about the politician and doctors. It is many things depend upon the infrastructures, right? All the developing countries, if you are just spending 1% or 2% of GDP, so unless until you don't have infrastructure, demand and supply issue is the basic thing. So that always there will be integrity issue would be there. Second thing, of course, COVID-19 is altogether new challenges for the world. So understanding about how to deal with medically, emotionally, because it's not just impacting the health. It is we are seeing the case of many mental cases, right? Mental health are now in awareness and as well as talk about is quite high. So it's altogether a new normals are happening. So we every day we are adapting to the new challenges and trying to come out better. So I think I would say most of the professionals, most of the governments are doing their best. And it's as for India is concerned, I think it's a mass scale screening is happening. That is one of the reason cases is also coming more and more. But the silver lining is there. The death rate is probably one of the least in the world. So I think India is doing in that way is quite good. So this is all about my view about the India, how they are dealing with the COVID. And I'm sure doctor like Deepali and other things, quite experts are there, so they can continue with the wonderful discussion. And once again, Ankit, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We look forward to have you again on IBM TV.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So let's go back to Dr. Deepali and what we were asking Dr. Deepali. Can you hear us now, ma'am?
Yeah. I just logged in again, and now your accessibility is much better.
Okay, wonderful. So what I was trying to understand and what our viewers would like to know that what kind of best practice and precautions or prevention you are sharing with your patients during the COVID period, and I mean, what are your feedbacks or suggestions for people who are suffering from cataract and diabetics in their eyes and all those stuff. So I mean, because of COVID, do you think that they will also get some kind of an issue or virus contamination during the period?
Well, Ankit, now, like I said, elective work and our branch being an elective branch has now stepped back into action. We had a long sabbatical, but now we realized we have to live in the new normal. So I'll divide my care into two parts. One is what we are doing for the general OPD patients, and one is what we are doing for the surgical patients. So if you're talking about the OPD patients, it starts with initial screening of the patient at the very entrance of the hospital, whereby we have listed whether the patient has had a travel history and we have checked the patient for any cough, cold, or fever. That part is ruled out. Now the patient steps in. The patient maintains a social distance. We make sure that we're having a limited number of patients at a particular time. In fact, we have pre-appointed patients so that there is no rush at a particular time. The patient is definitely wearing a mask. As the patient goes up to meet the physician, he first goes through the normal testing. During the normal testing, we have aborted procedures which are causing aerosol generation, like non-contact tonometry. As the patient walks in, we make sure that the attendant is seated outside and only the patient is with us until unless the patient is senior or a child. The patient keeps a suitable distance. We are ourselves clad in PPEs. We are clad with a proper mask. Between the patient and us, we have breath shields because a large amount of our examination is on what is called the slit lamp. So the slit lamp is a device which requires extreme proximity between the patient and the provider. So the breath shield prevents aerosol generation. Patients who are presenting with conjunctivitis or a pink eye or a red eye, now that can be one of the presentations of COVID. So we have to be extra careful if you're dealing with conjunctivitis patients. If the patient has already had a word with you and has described the symptoms, we try to do a video consult and refrain from seeing the patient in person. If the patient has walked in and has not consulted you on phone prior to the appointment, in that case, we prefer not to do the no-touch examination, whereby we have started the medication and treated the pink eye or the red eye or the acute conjunctivitis with appropriate drops, and ask the patient also to keep himself on guard with regard to developing other symptoms which are COVID related. Now coming to surgical patients, see, as we know, cataract is one of the main causes of blindness, and so is diabetic retinopathy. So both of these cannot be left for long. And these patients, lot of patients have sat back upon poor vision for so many months. And now we are taking them up for surgery. We are doing elective surgeries, even in terms of cataract. We are even stepping in and doing Lasik surgeries, which are so-called cosmetic spectacle removal surgeries. But we have stepped in and we're doing all kinds of eye surgeries. In this, there are two things which are very important. One is doing an RT-PCR for the patient 48 hours prior, though it's not 100% surety that your patient is not a COVID carrier, but yes, you are in a better boat if you know that the patient is an RT-PCR negative patient. Along with that, we are taking precautions like the patient is definitely wearing a mask when he is entering the OT. We are using what is called 5% povidone iodine, which is called betadine. It is used in the conjunctival prior to surgery. So when we're using this substance, it is known to have virucidal properties. So it acts as a big preventive measure. We try to prevent aerosol generation. We don't always wear goggles because our surgeries are very fine, and sometimes fogging of those glasses causes the surgery to be affected. So your surgical results can't be impaired with wearing protective eye gear sometimes, but a mask on the patient and you is a must, absolute must. Along with that, I'd also like to say something in response to what Mr. Sharif was saying. You see, we've been hit with a pandemic after 100 years. When diseases like tuberculosis, smallpox arose, it took us years to realize how to deal with these particular diseases, and certain things we are developing even as of today. So I won't really blame the healthcare professionals. They are doing their best. You really need to be in their shoes to realize what is happening. When 8 hours, you're not allowed to eat, you're not allowed to drink, you're not allowed to do anything but be in that PPE and be surrounded by all COVID positive patients. I think it's a Herculean task. And they really need to be applauded at every given moment. And so initially, I mean, I'm very sorry for your loss, but I think, the professionals are also realizing day to day how to deal with this pandemic. It's showing us new colors. So these new colors can only be assessed on a day-to-day basis. It takes time to understand any disease, and I'm sure they're doing their best.
Wonderful, I think. So, I think, Kim, you have some questions for Dr. Deepali?
Oh, yes. I love your mini lecture and response. And I love the discussion between Sharif and you. With regards to hand washing in healthcare facilities here in hospitals in Northern California, it's been an issue. I know that elective surgeries are popular right now, and it's an excellent time to do it because the hospitals are not full. And I was hoping that they would take more healthcare precautions, such as washing their hands, but instead they continue to rely on gels and convenient non-soap products. What is it like in India and Delhi, where you are? And how can we make any improvements with regards to the infrastructure generally in India and the healthcare institutions who are on the front lines?
No, thanks, Kim, for the question. But here we definitely impress hand washing. Hand washing is imperative. You may use sanitizers or gels only if you are, in a tearing hurry and you're doing it just in between procedures. But hand washing is stressed on majorly. We can't see a patient without hand washing. We have facility for hand washing at every location. So hand washing is stressed upon a lot. As we all know, the difference between a sanitizer and any hand washing is that we are removing the germs and the grime. So the grime also carries the risk of carrying the virus along with the germs, so you have to remove both. Whereas with sanitizers, you're only causing a loss of the germs. We don't even know how virucidal they are. And now with the sheer volume of sanitizers and gels which are required, there definitely is some amount of tainting of the product. The product cannot be as fine as it is when you're producing this product in low volumes. So we are very particular about hand washing. It is definitely stressed.
That's excellent. And with regards to the infrastructure improvements, what are your thoughts with regards to this in India or in Delhi?
See, we definitely have designated buildings also now. Besides the hospitals, we had converted a lot of the hotels also into areas where you could be isolated if need be. We are stressing on home isolation for patients who are not symptomatic or who have little or minimum symptoms, but with the very clear guidelines that monitoring of the oxygen saturation is very important in these patients. And along with that, keeping a fever chart is very important. You have to be in touch with the physician. Even if you're not physically present in the hospital, it is very important to be in touch with the physician and to be able to address any exacerbation of symptoms if required. So I feel in this disease, if you are not having major symptoms, it's better to be in home isolation. And when I say home isolation, I mean that you are not isolated as regards your symptoms. You are keeping a track of them, but you are not, you're not draining hospital facilities, because so many times we are not really requiring, our condition is not meriting hospitalization, but we end up using a bed which could be used for a patient who needs it, who requires it more urgently. Definitely, we are not able to cater to the entire population, because seeing the rise of patients which has occurred, it's been a It's been a major rise over the last 3 days. So we are running on full capacity in all hospitals, and we are trying our best to still cater to whatever patients we can. But my message would be that if you are good with COVID, don't fear the term COVID. That doesn't have to be feared. It's your symptom which governs whether you require hospitalization and care or not. So you may be walking with COVID, you may be asymptomatic, you may be walking with COVID, you may just not be having any issues. You may be walking with COVID and you may have require hospitalization. So that those things are have to be governed by the patient themselves, and patient education is extremely important. Patient education is extremely important. Keeping the patient aware that they have to monitor certain things when they have been detected as COVID positive is very important. So the more we are, we are vocal about what all needs to be done, what all medicines should be kept at hand, what all things should be available, the better would be the results, and the lesser drainage of healthcare facilities would be there.
Okay, Bill, do you have some question for Dr. Deepali?
Well, actually, I was just generally wondering. We've heard a 2 to 3 year issue with regard to vaccines. I was wondering what your thoughts on the development of vaccines are. Here in the United States, there's a great deal of skepticism about how fast the vaccines can be developed, 1, 2, whether they're effective short term and need boosters, and then 3, what the potential side effects are. So there's really mass confusion over there. I was wondering what it looks like from in the medical field in India.
Well, I would agree with you that there is skepticism even in India. And even personally, I am very skeptical about vaccines for 2 reasons. One, that for any vaccine to be successful, you definitely need to put it through a lot of trials. Second, this is an evolving virus, so it is mutating. And when a virus is mutating, you prepare the vaccine with one strain in mind, and then you realize that the strain has changed. So we are not yet, we are like babies in the field. We don't know whether developing a vaccine against one strain is going to be efficacious against affecting the other strain. So as of now, I feel it's very gray, the area, how vaccines are going to really impact the recoveries. I feel the other drugs which have come up for antivirals as well as HCQ in certain cases, azithromycin, these drugs in combinations, and as you all know, some of us have even treated patients with low molecular weight heparin, considering that it causes a coagulative kind of disorder in the body. So patients have responded to that better, and I feel they will. The second wave which has come up now, I don't know what your experience has been, but what I feel is that though we have a larger number of patients, but the severity of symptoms has definitely gone down.
Okay,
and you're having faster and better recoveries.
Okay, can I just ask you this one question, because I'm just curious.
Yes.
In India, because right now my understanding is that there are at least two identified strains. One that came from Europe, and then one that emanates from China or the Asian areas.
Yes.
Is it India dealing with one or both of the strains currently?
I'm sure they are, because like I said that, we are, the presentations of COVID, you are now fitting in, we're not all fitting the bill. We all feel that, here we've segregated the comorbidities, we've segregated the senior citizens, we've segregated patients with pre-existing lung problems, and still we have suddenly this healthy 30-year-old who succumbs to COVID, who has been a fitness freak, who has had no has had no disease, no hospitalization prior. Now, how do you explain that? How do you explain the fact that the disease is behaving so differently in different individuals? Along with that, I also feel that it is the viral load that you're impacted with. Like, for example, they say that if you have been in contact with a patient who has just walked past you, your viral load is much lesser. You have been in association with a patient who is COVID positive and who you have been talking to for 15, 20 minutes. You realize that the patient has given you a higher viral load. You are now an orofacial surgeon and you have done an oral surgery in a patient who's COVID positive. You've just been impacted with a very high viral load. So these viral loads also impact how you are, how you are manifesting the disease. So I don't know whether it's exactly the strain or it's related to the viral load that you're getting.
Wow.
I think Sharif, you have a question for ma'am?
Yes, no, this is not a question. Actually, first thing first, I want to respect those who are actually frontliner, even only because of I am not against the doctor or nurse or anything. Try to understand my opinion. I said that what they are doing, this is very good. But issue is that who is actually handling the policy? Who is actually handling even right the way? Now I'm just focusing on Bangladesh. I can discuss about other country, but I just want to focus on Bangladesh. Even in this COVID period, Bangladeshi Prime Minister has to sack his Deputy General Healthcare System. She has to sack many hospitals because of COVID-19 wrong test. He like she need to take lot of initiative because of corruption, PP purchasing. There are a lot of corruption, and one thing I respect doctors, but I just politely I just want to add, in developing nations, healthcare system corruption not only in COVID period. I can give you example from 5 years, 6 years before. Example, our politicians, they were ministers and they do lot of corruption. They buying their house, they buying their property in New York. Lot of evidence, not lot of news. I can share. So better if we recognize that we have problem, and I'm talking about Bangladesh. I'm not talking about India. I'm talking about Bangladesh, to the point. So this is the one of the things. When example, this kind of corruption happen, but I want to say Bangladesh is not one and only country. I can give even evidence many country happening these things. But example, this, if we cannot stop this political corruption, even not only COVID period, it's not the issue that okay, this is new for us, we do not know how to handle. But this corruption happening 5, 10, 20 years before. Even 6 years before, we have evidence that lot of corruption only happening only for infrastructure development, only for buying equipment, only for giving training to the doctors, many things. And also the right things. I also know the right things. But truth is that somehow in some point we have to unveil the truth, and we have to say that what's going on is completely wrong. I respect what doctors are contributing, how actually nurses are contributing, how police are contributing. But definitely we have political corruption. We have to accept it, and we have to remove this political corruption from our system. That is my request. And this is my very polite request, and honest request, and very sincere request. I can give you 100 of evidence that we have political corruptions in our healthcare system, not in COVID period, before this COVID period.
May I just also support what Sharif is saying, because in Northern California, I worked for Blue Shield of California, and the chief actuaries whom I know, one of whom implemented Obamacare in California, is very supportive of boosting America's healthcare infrastructure. And part of this is related to the corruption that Sharif is talking about with regards to activism and legislative change in the healthcare industrial complex, right? Because a lot of Americans don't have access to services that they need, health services. And so I'm very thankful that in India, this is not the case. And I would love to find out how we can address this.
Deepali?
So, Ankit here or Kim here, I would, like I said here, that we are definitely dealing with a demand and supply situation. You see, we don't have facilities world over to match up with the way this galloping virus has taken over. So I think it's what I stressed on earlier, it's segregation. It's segregation of those patients who are requiring hospitalization vis-a-vis those who don't. So education the patients, it's like teaching the patient how to handle himself or herself in the given situation if you're not serious enough. That panic has to be removed. We have to address the panic. We have to address the panic. We have to educate the general public. This COVID is going to be there with us for some time. I seriously hope we are able to get over it, but it is there as far as the coming few months are concerned. So, and as days go, our requirement for healthcare services is going to keep increasing. And how much can we keep inflating, this situation? So I guess it is all about public education. It's about segregation, and it's about also creating new facilities, which is not so easy, because if you're creating new facilities, you're trying to just come up with few hospital beds, or maybe another 100, another 200 on a different platform. You also need the manpower to be handling those hospital beds. It's just not physically placing 100 beds in one place. It's a huge infrastructure which would not come up overnight. And I feel it's just about segregation. Non-serious, serious, and removing panic. It's very important.
Wonderful. So that's a good discussion with Dr. Deepali. And ma'am, I think you need to leave, as you said that.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, I do. I did have to. And thank you so much. Thank you for this wonderful platform and a very encouraging discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good day. We'll have to host you again sometime.
Thank you, Ankit.
Okay. So that was Dr. Deepali, and I mean, she's one of the senior doctors based out of Delhi, and she works for a super specialty hospital in India, and she's an eye surgeon. And so I wanted her to be on the show so that we can discuss about the impact on the eye industry and what kind of precautions and best practices they are feeling as a doctor.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, Bill.
No, absolutely. I was just, I thought that, Sasha and Sharif, that you, and you too, Ankit, would have very strong thoughts on finding people in order to induce the correct behavior. But I leave it to, Sharif, Sasha. Sasha, do you even think fines would work, and how big should the fines be?
$2,500 is a good place to start, and it could go actually to much higher levels. I wouldn't mind that at all. It should actually probably most likely to go to higher levels, because $2,500 is not deterring some people from still refusing wearing the mask. So probably that size, probably it's not enough. It should be higher than that. How much higher? Well, $10,000 comes to mind, but would be quite difficult to enforce against people who have nothing really or very little assets. So $2,500 that almost anybody can pay. Yeah, maybe 10,000 is a minimum in my opinion, and it can go as high as 10,000.
10,000 is a minimum for you? Now, I thought
no, $2,500. The present amount is a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah. It could go as high as 10, yes.
Cap out at 10,000, right?
Yeah, it could go up to 10,000.
Sharif, and this is not just for the population. It could be for healthcare. Would you find them, and would you find the general population and or healthcare workers, Sharif?
Like example, you are talking about the financial deals in terms of this populations, and what's your exactly questions? Like, can you please explain again?
Okay, if I don't wear my mask, should I get a ticket for it?
Okay, I understand. Okay. Yes, definitely. Example, in Malaysia, I saw that if people do not wearing mask, they do penalty and it's work. Government give them penalty, it's work. Even from the beginnings, when they close everything, that time they introduce financial penalty. So yeah, it's really works. And a country like Malaysia, I think $1,000 to 2,000, so 1,000 ringgit to 2,000 ringgit is okay. If they impose some sort of penalty, then people will be more aware and they will be more sensitive on that particular point.
Okay. And Ankit, do you think that the government can use the power or the threat of financial penalties to kind of get a sense and get this in order? What do you think? Because you've got 1.3 million people.
I know. Financial penalties can be implemented, but with that, we need to add a lot of other penalties as well in terms of, because we need to be strict. So we can add a lot of other penalties after financial penalties, because if I'll pay $10,000, because see, what I'm trying to say is that people will again repeat the same mistake because they don't care about what's happening and they want their own freedom. So some people, money is not a big problem, but they wanted to go out and do all those things. I'll tell you what happened in one of our, places in India. People were dining. So it's kind of a restaurant where multiple restaurants are on a highway, and people went there, and then in a week's time, there were like 15,000 people visited that place having a food. Wow. And then because of that, it's kind of super spread around that area. And then when we get the testing done, we found that around 70 plus people, waiters, including the people who cook food and all the stuff, they were found COVID positive.
Oh, wow.
So the problem is that money definitely is there, but we need to add a lot of other layers to it so that they understand that this is a serious situation. And otherwise, if we don't follow this thing, COVID will remain here for a long period of time. So we have to have a lot of implications, but definitely money is always be a part of it. But if we can add on a lot of other possibilities in terms of taxes or something like that, that could be a way ahead. Basically, that's what I think.
Because the other thing, and I'll ask this you, Sasha. The other thing is that once the government even proposes fines, there's going to be a segment of the population that just will not. They will declare their inalienable right not to cooperate. So what do you do then? Because do you think it would cause social pushback and disruption? And then how would you handle that, Sasha?
Well, in Canada, there would be no discussions at all. It's a decision which is made by elected government. And if you're unhappy with this decision and others, so next time you will elect different government. So if this government was duly elected and everybody recognizes that the present government is properly elected, and therefore whatever they are proposing, you should or have to probably obey it. And that's really what's happening in Canada.
Okay. Because, it seems to me here in the United States, we have a distinct group of individuals that will just never comply. I mean, we had the example out there in South Dakota. South Dakota, that they just thought that don't tread on me kind of state. And they had the motorcycle rally. Now, what's interesting, while the motorcycle rally was going on, everybody was concerned whether or not it was going to be a super spreader event. And what has been less reported is this, that in fact, it is a super spreader event. Because after they disbanded, they went to various states. One of the states was Iowa. And Iowa saw a 20 to 25% spike in the new COVID testing results, and singularly. And it was almost like overnight. It was just at about 2 weeks after the Sturgis motorcycle event ended. And that was true in a number of other states as well. But that's been less reported. Now, I guess when dealing with that population, you're going to have this notion that they won't comply. And how should we deal with that? And I'm not just talking about the United States. It's rather globally, because in order to get a handle on this pandemic, knowing that we have at least 2 different strains, possibly more, we're dealing with billions of people, and there's got to be an even distribution. And some people just won't take the vaccine, assuming even that the vaccine is medically viable. It seems to me that it's a potential mess out there. Ankit, Sharif, how would you guys go about approaching that?
Sharif?
Ankit, yeah. I know. I just want to hear this point of view from Ankit first. Then I will come.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Ankit, you're up first.
I'm trying to connect the other, speaker
Okay.
on board
All
right
right.
now. So that's
Well, no, that's okay, because I'll step in and I'll just, I'll tell you from the United States what what I think, the United States should do is that we should once finally have established a unified approach to this virus, a commission, someone that's identifiable that the Americans can trust, and kind of treat it like the Marshall Plan. We have 330 million Americans that we know will need a vaccine, and we know that a certain portion of that population is going to be skeptical. And so then the question becomes, how do we convince them? And it seems to me that first we have to reestablish trust in the system that is going to be giving us advice. That is the leaders of the response team to the national pandemic. And that would go a long ways towards coordinating all of the various institutions and places that are working on vaccines, as well as getting the cooperation. I mean, what we really need is we need essentially a quote unquote war room to deal with this pandemic. And at least based on what I've heard in reports from around the world, other countries, in fact, are establishing war rooms to deal with this, either as a rapid response to the identification and the containment of the COVID-19 when it breaks out, or in the alternative, organizing people such that if and when a vaccine is available, everyone will be educated about what the procedure is. Now, it seems to me that right now in the current political crisis here in the United States, we are completely unprepared to even engage in such a discussion. We're wrapped up in the presidential, senatorial, and then all the local elections. There's all of these other distractions from around the globe, people interfering and such. And then there's just the daily notion that we try to get up every day and just get through our day, let alone dealing with the larger issues. But I think that's how the United States would generally deal with it, or ought to deal with it. Now, Cherie, do you have thoughts on it now?
Yes, yes, I understand. So issue is that if I focus on these vaccine issues and these kind of issues, I just want to more focus on the developing nations. And actually, let's say I have a research organizations and I'm trying to educate it and trying to help different universities in Bangladesh, even in India, I try to help different universities. What's the reason? Reason is that from the long time as I involve with academia as well as the business industry, I find that developing nations, they have a massive problem on research. They have a massive problem. Even again and again, long times, I think like 6-7 years, I'm just negotiating in this point with our government, with our university. I'm helping different kind of university. So now suddenly this problem comes, they have to produce this vaccine. So why I said that, even though, example, I know people from Bangladesh, 90% people is good. People from India, if I concern 90% people is good. But we have some systematical error. We have some systematical problem. We have some problem in our policy, in our in our governmental approach, and also politician and businessman. There are some, I do not want to say everyone is bad, some of them are very corrupted, and for this reason we are facing a lot of problem. Let's say I want to give an example. Let's say I know one of the hospital, its name is Gono Shastho Kendro. Okay, it's mean that much people healthcare system. It's in Bangla word. It's mean much people healthcare system. So they are producing something for testing. But somehow, only because of the political reason, they do not get chance. Even the government do not accept their test kit. Even it's inside from Bangladesh. Even example, I know some of the researchers, they are already taking initiative for producing vaccine, and hopefully in between 1 to 3 months they can go for fast trial. Even it's from Bangladesh, very small country, in terms of research, maybe they do not have good infrastructure like even Malaysia and Singapore, but still they are trying. This is good point. But my point of view is that, so what we have to do, how actually political corruption happen, we have to understand. Like example, there are few people, I do not want to say everyone, That's why our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she has to take a lot of initiative, and she has to face a lot of challenges as well, because few of the people, they think, okay, if we produce vaccine inside Bangladesh, if we produce test kit inside Bangladesh, then we will not get money. Some of the politicians or some of the government administrator, they think that we will not get money from the foreign company. So that's why they are not helping this kind of internal initiative. On the other hand, they are trying to create a lot of barriers, trying to create a lot of things. So what's the issue? For this kind of system error and for this kind of things, not only one of my auntie, even today actually one of my friend father died. So only because of this kind of problem, this, that, I will do these things, I will do that things. So why I always trying to say these developing countries, country like Bangladesh, country like Pakistan, country like example even Indonesia, even I have my good friend, always I say, try to build up your own things by yourself. Your PPE example, your hospitals, your vaccine, your research centers. Yes, you take help. I know that first world countries, many people are good, many research organizations are good, they can help us, we can train from them. But issue is that it's actually not a sudden things. I want to say that this is not a 1 year of problem. Suddenly COVID everything was good, and suddenly COVID come, and there is a system error. COVID actually open up our eyes. COVID just help us to open up our eyes that let's see what type of system error a country has, and somehow they are giving the theory of GDP, theory of economical development, theory of much more things, and ultimately in the COVID period we are desperately fail. So in that situation, it cannot move in the long way. From the in one point we have to say, we have to, I know that everything cannot be changed in a month, in a years, but we can take initiative. We can take some sort of initiative that, okay, healthcare is a very important things. Healthcare is a most important things. Government should take care of these things, and at least we should not penetrate, or we should not support the corrupted peoples. So those who are corrupted, I think first we should punish them. I know already example country like Bangladesh, they're already giving punishment. I know a few of the hospital owner, they're already in the jail. They're already in the jail. But we have to do much more. Like a positive initiative. I think this is right term. I think Dr. Saggu, I'm a very good fan of Dr. Saggu. He's a very good analyst in terms of the physical things and other things. And step by step, I'm also trying from his discussion. I think we should give him, yes, more opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. So you're just joining us. We've had a pretty lively discussion on COVID and what we should be doing. First, how are you? How was your day?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
So Dr. Saggu, I mean, we had Dr. Deepali Garg Mathur joining us, I mean, just before you, and she did her medical from SMS Jaipur. So I think
that's good. Yeah, I can remember Deepali. Yeah, I can remember.
Yeah. I wanted you to be the part of the show. You were a little late, and she had to go, so that's why we couldn't make it, basically.
Okay, that's great. I'll see her later on, maybe in the next show I can see.
Certainly. So, sir, how is the situation in India? And you need to rotate your cam. It's on a different angle right now. We can't see you properly.
Okay, let me see. I'm getting one call. Just hold on. I'll join. Yeah.
Sure. So I think he's having some technical problems. So, Bill, what happened is that a lot of doctors in India, they have a medical college, and then they work in some other, in some other city, state, or maybe outside India. But they have that alumni, and then they meet, and then they discuss what they are doing and all this stuff. So Dr. Deepali is also from the same college from where Dr. Saggu is. And couple of months back, we had Dr. Sareen, who is one of the world-renowned liver surgeon around the world. So he was also from the same college, and when they both meet, so they started talking because they have their own history and journey going around, because people follow the way they are. So that's something interesting to watch it out. That's why I've aligned people so that they can cross over and they can have a brief discussion about what they are doing and all this stuff.
No, you're absolutely right.
Because they don't have time to talk. The problem is that doctors, they don't have time to talk as well.
That's right. That's correct. But you doing that kind of innovative scheduling is one of the reasons why you're the backbone of IBM TV. Because here we try to put everybody together so that doctors can talk to each other, that we can learn and listen. And so for that, you should be applauded. If I could give out an award, I'd give you an award today, Ankit.
It's a teamwork. I think it's a teamwork, and that's what we are learning from Dr. Saggu. That how we can take a lead and initiate, and then still, help each other and still work it for humanity and stuff like that. Because Dr. Saggu, apart from the profession, he works for a lot of people free of cost without charging anything, and they have treated a lot of patients like that before COVID as well. It's not just about COVID, but before COVID as well. So, Dr. Saggu, over to you.
Yeah, sorry. Regarding what we are talking about, because I was off the show for some time.
Okay. So we were talking about the current situation in India and how you are still taking care of a lot of patients and not charging the right fees during the COVID and before COVID as well. Because there are a lot of patients in India which are under the poverty line, and we just still take care of those patients as well.
Yeah. Well, if we talk about the current condition of the India, with the point of view of COVID, yes, definitely the cases are they going up, and now the patient actually have learned to live with the COVID. And initially it was in some metro cities, and now it's going into the rural area also. A lot of small cities are being affected, but now the impact of the COVID is going down. So that is why the people, the fear of the COVID fear is not there. And we can say there are a lot of factors that the numbers they are increasing. The foremost and the important factor, it is now, you can say, the COVID compliance fatigue. So the people, they are getting fatigued of following the guidelines of doing maintaining the social distancing, hand hygiene, mask, and everything. So it is the fatigue that is the natural, the phenomena of a human being. So they took care for 3-4 months very nicely initially, but now they are becoming some sort of ignorant about this COVID. So that is why the number is also going up. And in this situation, there are two things that are happening now. Because of the COVID, there is a mobility is restricted, and the people, they are not following some sort of, there are two, we can say, the two school of thought. One thought, they are saying that we are following a good dietary advice, we are following the physical activities, but the another school of thought, they are saying they are not following the good physical activity, and they're not following the good diet. Maybe their diet has become irregular. So in some point of time, one category, the obesity is erupting, and in other categories, the obesity is decreasing, and they're taking care of, they're boosting their immunity and everything. So that is why they're decreasing the number of their BMI also. So in this situation, when there is a, you can say, the situation of uncertainty, and during this uncertainty, the people, they are becoming ignorant about their other illnesses also. So along with the COVID, we have increased number of non-COVID complications. Like if for some other disease, the patients are coming to the hospital earlier, so they're getting their surgeries done, they're getting their treatment done earlier in the process of initial process of their disease. But now the people, they are not coming for the other problems. So that is why there are increase in the number of the complication of non-COVID situations, right? So all type of the illnesses, they are increasing now, and now we have seen the numbers of other diseases also increasing, because the people has not come to the hospital for 4-5 months for the normal their illnesses, and because of that, the illnesses grade and severity, or we can say, if we talk about the cancer, the stage has gone up. So other illnesses have also increased. So how we can tackle all these things? We are also doing some charity work right now also, because all the COVID patients which we are treating, because the COVID is not my area. I'm a surgeon, I'm a gastrosurgeon, I do laparoscopic, bariatric, and diabetic surgeries. But for the COVID patients, suppose, I saw one patient yesterday, and I was supposed to do surgery. I have 3 surgeries tomorrow, but now the one patient has tested positive today. So now I'm not taking that patient for the surgery tomorrow. Maybe I would be delaying that patient for 2 weeks, but I would be managing the COVID on phone, on video call, as a home quarantine. So all that, those type of the services which are COVID services, which we are giving free of cost. We are not charging from them. So as much as help we can give to our patients or the people, or in the betterment of the people. Because if we can have some sort of contribution in the management of the COVID, I think we can have a contribution in the economy of the country. So that is why, if one person, if the one doctor or one healthcare worker can give their contribution for the betterment of the country's economy or for this COVID, I think that is more than enough.
Doctor, I have a question, and that I think a lot of people may have, and that is, when you were doing this pro bono medical work, that is, that you're taking care of people for free who have COVID, where are you getting your resources from? I mean, the equipment and everything else that's necessary to deal with them. How does that work? I mean, you certainly could treat them, but you can't treat them without everything else that you need in order to be an effective doctor. So how are you handling that?
That is a very good question, Bill. Actually, the patients who are having a mild symptom, the moderate symptoms, those who can be, treated or managed at home under the home quarantine. So those are the patients whom we can treat very nicely. We can take care of them evening and the morning. We can do the video call to them, and we can provide all the medications through some. We have made some groups also in the vicinity of my society. We have made one group, and we also purchased the oxygen cylinders, the automatic oxygen cylinders, which anyone can use. So there is no special technique to use that. So we can provide to them, we can provide the oxygen to them if the patient is stable. But if the patient is unstable, so that we have a tie up with some ambulances. So through that ambulances, we can shift the patient to the hospitals. And now at present era, all of them, they have a insurance, medical insurance. So all the hospital, the expenditure has been covered by that insurance, but the rest of things from the home to the hospital, and if there is any need to manage at the home quarantine, so we are taking care of that.
Okay, and so you have gotten together with a number of your colleagues. How extensive is this movement in where you are in India? I mean, is it just a small collective, or do you have a larger participation rate?
Yeah, actually there are the RWAs, that is the Residential Welfare Association, is there in each and every locality. So where I'm putting up in New Delhi, that is the Rajendra Nagar area. So Rajendra Nagar area has a huge group of the people, and they are donating also for the equipments, for some oxygen cylinders, for the oximeters we can provide, for the thermometers we can provide, for the gloves and the mask we have provided. So for all those expenditure, we can have a contribution from all the colleagues, we can say, or we can say that all the member of the RWA, that is the Resident Welfare Association. So these small associations are there in each and every part of New Delhi also, and in the India also. So they are getting their people treated through all these associations, and all over. I mean, my services are there for the people from everywhere. So because it's through the video consultation, so anyone asks me to give the consultation, I'm ready for that. So we are doing that.
Okay, then let me ask you this, because first let's welcome Mark, who was our radio voice and a host of a number of shows here at IBM TV. And thank you for joining our group. It's been a lively group, Mark. I hope you can, pull your own weight on this one.
Oh, I've been watching y'all from afar, and y'all have definitely been having some lively discussions. I was sitting over there checking out where Mr. Starr wants to charge all these folks a great amount of money. So I was enjoying the conversation, and definitely having a good time with the conversation, even from afar.
Well, welcome. Doctor, I just had another question, because what I understand you saying is that the organization that you're part of that's providing the free medical care for those COVID patients that can be taken care of at home, and then that organization is like spontaneously generated amongst yourselves in various states. Now, I guess I had read a report today that the new reported cases, I believe 96,000 that came out of India, that the government was skeptical of the actual number because of the unreliability of the testing kits that were used, and that government officials have ordered a retest. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, definitely. I always speak about that. Whatever the 96,000 or 92,000 the patients, we have the numbers. So those numbers we cannot say It is a patient's number. It's a COVID patient's number. These are test positive numbers. The person who are getting the test done, the number is only for the test positive. But a lot of patients, they are not getting the test done because they have a fear of being quarantined by the government, some at places, some for places. So in the rural area, it's not in New Delhi, but yes, in the rural area, the people are fearful because fearful of the government. So if somebody is coming positive, they have been taken away from their house, and they can be quarantined in some of the schools or some other places which has been made as isolation centers. So that fear is there. So that is why a lot of patients, they are not getting the test done. Even the tests are available, but the patients are done, they are not coming forward to get the test, and even the test is being done for the free also. So that is type of the fear they have in the mind. Say they would be going away from their family, and we don't know where they will take us and how they are going to treat us. So that is definitely a fear is there in the rural area.
So then, what I hear you saying, and Mark, I'm going to call you on you next, just so you know. What I hear from you, Doctor, is that the numbers that we're hearing, the reported numbers that we're hearing out of India, are actually an undercount potential, and that right now there is no meaningful or organized way to test the individuals out in the rural areas because of their fear of being marked and then being ostracized.
Okay. So that is why the actual number, they maybe it's maybe twice or thrice than the number which has been shown in the figures.
Wow. Okay, Mark.
Yeah, I hate that our eye doctor isn't here anymore, because actually one of the questions that I had asked in our comments was geared toward that. But Dr. Saggu may have an idea as well. One of the things that I'm kind of concerned about, just in terms of what's going on and everything, is a number of our doctors, like the eye doctors, the dentists, things of that nature, are also small business owners. I mean, you work at a hospital, but a number of them are also small business owners. So I'm wondering, are they even able to survive? Because like I said, I know that here opticians and a number of others are working in small spaces. They're private business owners. So in this kind of era where a lot of folks are scared to go see their eye doctor or scared to go see their dentist, I'm wondering if they can even survive as a viable business. So are you hearing that from some of your business associates that are in those kind of fields?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of fears is there. Even the fear of employment, also fear of their business, also fear of the uncertainty is there. So that is why the small businesses, they are not surviving, because everything was shut down and the people are not coming out to buy the things. Because number one, they have uncertainty. Number two, they don't have their employment also. Number three, the whosoever the employer has been kicked out from their organizations, or their salary has been cut down. So the effect is there on everything. It's on everything.
Okay, Sasha, how do you react? I mean, because in addition to all the other things that we've discussed today, like, the getting people together, finding people, what Dr. Saggu is talking about are people that just refuse and are scared of being tested because they are then marked with, I guess, a scarlet C, like a scarlet letter. And and then they're discriminated against in employment and in housing and just general society. How would you deal with that, or what are your thoughts on that, Sasha?
I think you're mixing two things. One is the wearing mandatory masks, and another one testing. There are two independent events, and if wearing the masks, you have to strictly enforce, because it's extremely unfair, the people who are wearing the masks against people who prefer not wear the masks, and therefore increase the chance that they could infect those people who actually wearing the masks. So where I would start, as I said before, with a minimum fine of $2,500, I would go as high as $10,000, and I would think about the system of second offenders. If they did it for a second time, obviously it has to be a way much higher fine, say 10,000 or higher.
Sasha, I'm sorry. Sasha, I have a quick question for you and everything.
Sure.
a lot of the folks that are here that are breaking the rules are college kids. The college kids necessarily don't have that kind of money. Would you do that same kind of signing for the college kids, or would you make it exception for them?
Sorry, they have to find the money or wear the mask. Just wear the mask. Don't ask questions. What do you want to tell me? We have our freedom. We don't want to wear the mask. You idiots! What kind of freedom is without money? If you don't have money, you don't have any freedom. Don't you understand that, my American friends?
Wow.
Question to you.
Okay, well, we're certainly.
Well, I guess I heard that. I will pass that on to my college friends, because I will tell you that over here in Durham, which is near Duke's campus, I've actually seen, and before the kids got here, I saw just about everybody wearing masks. After the kids got here, I've seen more folks not wearing the mask.
Sorry, I have no choice but I have to repeat a story which I just told everybody about an hour ago or so. Yesterday I saw a program, I think it was on CNN, when there was a doctor that was treating people from COVID-19. And there was one guy who came to see him and said, I don't feel well. And so he tested positive, and the doctor started to ask where he was, whom he contacted, how he could get there. And apparently, of course, he was on the public gathering. It was a political gathering. He didn't wear the mask. There was no social distance, so obviously he was infected. And the doctor asked him, well, but look, you broke many things. You didn't wear the mask. Why did you do that? He says, I love my leader, and I will never wear a mask, and I will die for him. That's fine. So he took him to the ward where people were dying from coronavirus. And he says, that's where you are going to be in about 2 weeks' time. That man was horrified. He said, Doctor, please help me. I don't want to die. Help me. I don't care about my leader. I don't care about anything. Just help me. I want to leave. I don't want to die. Oh, we had a completely changed man. All of a sudden, his brain started to work, but it didn't work before. So something special has to happen for idiots that their brain will start working. That's fine. Well, I'm not so convinced. You know what do you want to do? Put people in a guillotine? Probably not. Okay, so $2,500 fine. So you pay once, you pay twice. Well, maybe you think, you know what, $5,000. That's a lot of money. Yeah, maybe I'll wear a mask. Okay, that's fine. What else can you say?
Well, certainly that's instructive, but we want to welcome a new guest. Ankit, do you want to do the honors?
Sure. So it's over at top of the hour now. So we would like to introduce all our panelists to our viewers. We have Bill President joining us from Washington, D.C. And Bill is our White House correspondent from the great White House. Everyone knows about it. We have Alexander Starr from Canada, and he is a chess player, and he follows a lot of investment shows as well, and he does a lot of shows on IBM TV. We have Dr. Saggu, Bariatric surgeon, and our family doctor based out of Delhi. We have Mark Lee, our radio coach and our radio channel specialist based out of North Carolina, and we have Dr. Tulla, our plastic surgeon based out of Gurgaon. So that's the panelist for the time. And Dr. Tulla, what's the situation right now?
So I mean, I was just listening intently to Sasha because I mean, I have got a lot of regard for Sasha because one, he has the wisdom of years on his side, and two, he is bluntly direct when he calls a fool a fool. Right? So that is something I always admire about him, that his straightforwardness and absolutely calling a spade a spade. And he's very right. I mean, honestly speaking, the situation here at the moment is that we are still seeing an upward spiral in India. And this part of the world, I mean, Dr. Saggu himself has been, I mean, affected by the disease. So he very well understands the nitty-gritty of it and how difficult it is and how psychologically challenging also this disease is. So, I mean, We are opening up the economy in India, so it is going to be a good amount of challenging times ahead. So my only request again and again to people is that, I mean, do the three basic tenets which are required. One is to wear mask, number two is to remain distant from people, and number three is to keep on washing hands. So these are the basic three tenets, and if we are able to do that, we will have the disease under control. If we are not going to do that, I mean, we're going to have a very long fall.
You know, Dr. Tulla, I have a question because Dr. Saggu raised this issue, and that's the issue of people that are avoiding getting tested because of the stigma that might be attached to them, either socially or economically. And that in India, this is really prevalent, such that the numbers that are being reported on new cases coming from India may in fact be an undercount, because there's no way to compel these individuals who have significant apprehensions about being tested. Are you finding that to be true? And if so, how are you dealing with it where you are in India?
So, Bill, honestly speaking, this Dr. Saggu is very right in this aspect that we were, in fact, I remember very well when we were discussing this issue itself. We discussed around 3 months back, right?
Oh,
because
okay.
at that time, that amount of testing, the reasons were very different. The reasons were diametrically very different. At that time, we did not have the capacity to test too much, right? So the government itself was trying to control the testing, right? So it was not because that people didn't want to get tested at that time. It was because of the lack of testing capability in our country at that time. What I mean by lack of means is that we did not have, we had a decent amount of testing only which could be done. So we would not have the numbers to go overboard. Now what has happened is, due to the ramping up of the testing capability, the testing capability has improved. But of course, there is a social stigma attached to this disease. So I mean, people, and then there is a lot of diabolic things which are going around. People are saying, I mean, even in the doctor fraternity, I've seen a lot of colleagues underplaying this disease and saying that it is a kind of virus. It's nothing great about this disease. You will not fall ill. So if we are going to create this false sense of security, and this whole thing is putting it into a different direction, apart from the psychological trauma of being mapped out as a COVID positive. Because see, if you are, of course, there is a kind of ostracization which happens when you come out positive. Dr. Saggu has experienced that. Despite him being from the medical fraternity, has also experienced this. So this is a challenge which is going to be there. So we need to, take it with a pinch of salt. And my count is that we should always see that if we are looking at an X number, we should at least look 3 times that number.
Wow.
Some will say 5 times. I would still say 3 times the number.
It would be minimum as a 3 times, you can say.
Wow.
Yep, I had a quick question for both Dr. Saggu and Dr. Tulla. You mentioned the things that we're supposed to do, which is definitely wearing the mask, socially distancing, and washing your hands. And of course, there was a talk some time back of washing your hands for 20 seconds and things of that nature, and also cleaning the surfaces around your house. I'm of the opinion that more and more people are kind of getting away from that as well. They're not cleaning the surfaces. They're definitely not washing their hands for 20 seconds. And I was just wondering if you think that that's something that we still should be doing, or is the folks, because I think some folks are feeling that that might be a little too OCD kind of like behavior, and they're afraid that they're going to fall into that OCD kind of behavior in doing those things on a regular basis. But I do know that as doctors, y'all have encouraged that in the past, both doctors in India and doctors around the world. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that, whether we should still be following the 20-second rule, wiping off the surfaces of our computers and of our other household places.
So Mark, the answer to this question is simple. I have a question to this question. Has the virus disappeared?
No.
No.
So the answer is in this question.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So we need to continue doing what the doctors have been telling us to do all along.
So if the virus would have gone, I would have said, go along, have party, enjoy your life, right? But unfortunately, we are in for a long haul. And please remember that in these testing times, we need I would say, if I would to equate something, I would say that we would require a lot of patience. The most important thing is being patient. Unfortunately, we in our evolution have forgotten the value of being patient. So we want everything now, right now, this very minute. This is the kind of attitude we've gone into. Unfortunately, this disease is testing our patience. And the more the people evolve into the patient, more the better their chance of survival is going to be. Because if you become impatient and do that one mistake, you will end up being in a hospital.
Wow. Well, okay. I guess then, just on the subject, but slightly different. It's just a shade over, and that is Dr. Tulla, Dr. Saggu. How many? We currently know of 2 strains with the COVID-19. One from Europe and say one from China. Do you believe that we're only dealing with the 2 strains, or do you think that we're dealing with more? And if we're dealing with more, does the test is the test that we currently have able to detect all forms of the COVID-19? Is it only effective against the European strain, or is it only testing and effective against the Chinese strain? I'm curious because I'm really confused about where that might be. Dr. Tulla, Dr. Saggu?
Yeah, sure. Well, actually, what we are dealing with the COVID-19, there may be more than 2 strains, because the strain is actually because of the mutation. And the mutation is there is a sequencing of the genetic material inside the RNA. So there may be even in India also we can see the behavior of the COVID-19 is slightly different in New Delhi as compared to the Mumbai, Maharashtra, the other states.
Okay.
So the behavior in one country is different in one state as compared to the other state. So there may be n number of the strains. The difference is just the genetic counseling or genetic sequencing. If there is a slightly different genetic sequencing, it means there is a mutation. So there may be European strain, there may be Chinese strains, some strains are there. But if we talk about the testing, because the testing is against the RNA of this virus, because what we call as a RT-PCR, they have the 2 components. One is the RT, another is the PCR. RT means reverse transcriptase. So we are making DNA from the RNA. When from RNA we are synthesizing the DNA, and the PCR is polymerase chain reaction. So we are making more DNA from one DNA. So actually RT-PCR detects the RNA. So that can be same as for all the strains, but the behavior difference may be there. There may be the presentation of the COVID-19 would be different for the different strains.
Dr. Tulla?
So Bill, just to add to Dr. Saggu, what you are trying to, I understand the crux of your question. So what you are trying to understand is that what you are asking basically is that do the different strains have any bearing on the positivity rate of the test?
Yes.
Then
Yes.
the answer is no. The answer is no. Because as Dr. Saggu has explained very carefully, the problem is somewhere else. The problem happens is that when you have a false negative. Now, why does that false negative happen? That can happen due to n number of factors. Number one, the viral load was very less. So, I mean, you did not have the requisite amount of RNA through which you did the test and converted it into further, right? Number two is that the person who was testing, he put the swab in your nostril and he did not touch the posterior pharyngeal wall, or he did not take a good amount of scraping of the posterior pharyngeal wall, right? This can be a cause. Or if it is a throat swab, they did not take again the posterior pharyngeal wall swab in good quantity. Number third is that if the person took the swab out but he exposed it for a period of time, or there was a delay in transport and all those, and there are various other mechanical features. And the number fourth is the most important thing is that sometimes what happens is that there are labs in which direct testing is not done. So there are relay labs also. So there can be some loss of this material during relay also, which is basically man-made error. So these are the factors. Despite that, also I would say that the sensitivity or the specificity of this test is around 70%. So that means that it is expected that approximately in 70% of patients it will give a very accurate result. As well, you will have what is a negative or a positive, but that is not what happens all the time, because please understand, it is not a, I mean, see, it's a manual test. So it's not that we are taking from the blood and doing it, or I mean, so it's a little different kind of a test. So this is a challenge which every country is going to face, not only India. Every country is going through this. So that is why we have said that there are two things which we have to take into account. One is that you get the test done, and the number two is the clinical features. If the clinical features are going ahead along with the COVID line on the COVID lines, then maybe you will have to repeat the test, even if it is a negative.
Wow.
Yeah, even we have seen in some patients where the RT-PCR was negative, even the antigen test was negative, but the patient was admitted in the ICU with the ventilator. But the positive thing was their CT scan. There were changes in the lungs on the CT scan. So that is why we see if the patient is symptomatic, then RT-PCR plus antigen plus CT scan of the chest, all these three things combinedly, they have a sensitivity of 97%. So if you want to be very much sure about if the patient is having COVID positive or negative, then I think CT, HRCT of chest, then the CT can play a major role.
Thank you.
So I would like to know that, I mean, there are a lot of confusion in terms of patients' mind during the COVID thing. We are seeing a lot of changes and a lot of updations in terms of the COVID symptoms and all those stuff. But I would like to know a basic question: when someone is having a COVID positive, does that person will have a fever for like next 2 weeks, or the fever should be over within 7 to 10 days?
Now, there is no limit of the duration of any type of symptoms, because all these symptoms, there are two halves of the COVID journey. The first half of COVID journey is because of low immunity, and the second half of journey, if the patient is having severe sickness, is because of hyperimmunity. So both the things are very dangerous. If the patient has a low immunity initially, then there will be inflammatory symptoms, and the inflammatory symptoms are because of increase in the cytokines. They can be fever, they can be myalgia, there can be vomiting, some GI symptoms, they can be diarrhea, loose motion. If the patient's immunity becomes good or average to tackle all those inflammatory symptoms, then the symptoms will definitely go. Then you have symptoms only for 5 to 6 days. But if the immunity doesn't grow, or if it grows on the higher level so that immunity is very high, and then the patient's own immunity is making antibodies against the patient's own tissues like a lungs, then it becomes a severe symptoms, and then patient's own immunity starts destroying the patient's own tissues like the lungs. Then there are changes in the lungs. So that is also not good. So normally, if the mild symptoms, the symptoms are there only for 5 to 6 days, and after that they start recovering. But at day 8 or day 10, there may be cytokine storm, that the interleukins and cytokines, they are higher in the concentration, and they give lot of inflammation. So that can also be seen. But normally on the 12th day, patient becomes non-infectious if the symptoms has gone, or if the patient is free from the fever for at least 3 days, then the patient becomes non-infectious.
And Dr. Saggu, I mean, when the patient is suffering from some disease like diabetes or maybe some other disease, and then they are having symptoms for, or maybe fever for like next 10 days, and they're at home quarantine. So what are the best precaution, or what kind of, suggestions or feedback you want to share with the patient? Because a lot of patients in India nowadays, they are at home quarantine, they're not visiting hospital because they think that they can take care of themselves at home with all the precautions. So what do you want to say about that?
There are few vulnerable groups. Number one is children. Number two, the people with the chronic disease like diabetes, hypertension, obstructive sleep apnea, asthma, or any other respiratory disease. Number three is obese people, whether it is a young patient or the old patient, that doesn't matter. Number four is older patient, more than 60 years. So these four categories, they are vulnerable categories to have more severe complication of COVID-19, and chances are more of COVID-19 infection. So that is why we always say that there are some guidelines for the home quarantine. If the patient is more than 60, patient is having chronic diseases, or patient is having obesity, or the children, they have to check on their saturation of the oxygen through the pulse oximeter. if the saturation is going down, if there are any respiratory symptoms they are aggravating, then definitely the patient needs to get admitted in the hospital. Then the patients cannot continue with their management of the COVID at home quarantine.
Well,
and also the patient with chronic diseases, like they are taking medicine from past like 5 to 7 years or maybe more than that, and they are at home, but still they are having some kind of symptoms. So what they should they keep on monitoring their oximeter and other stuff to make sure that they are free from the virus?
The most important thing is that the patient has to carry out their all medicines which they are taking. That if the patient is diabetic, the patient has to keep their diabetes under control. If the patient is hypertensive, the patient has to keep that blood pressure under control. If the patient is obstructive sleep apnea, patient has to use the CPAP or the BiPAP which they are using. If the patient is of asthma, then patient has to take all the inhaler, everything. So the idea is one has to keep their disease under control, because the moment your disease is not controlled, whether it's diabetes, hypertension, OSA, your immunity definitely will go down, because the body has to work very hard just to keep your body in the line with that disease. So if you keep that disease under control, it means your immunity is good, and definitely you have the less chances of COVID-19, or if COVID-19 is there, then you have a less chances of having the severe complications. So number one is always keep your disease under control. Number two, check on your saturation of the oxygen. If the saturation is good, then definitely there are no chances of having the severe complications. So these are the more and the most important, which always we talk, boost your immunity. Whether it is your healthy dieting, whether it is your physical activity, your good quality sleep, whether it is your stress management, whether it is your supplementation. So all 5 things are there to keep your immunity on the higher side. So if you are keeping your immunity high side, I think there are less chances of infection, and if infection occur, then there are less chances of having a severe complication.
So just to add on one thing to this,
yes,
that is that we should love and pamper ourselves.
Yes, certainly.
So we should not love the politicians. We should not love here and around the perimetry. We should love ourselves, right? The most important thing is the center of universe, that is you, right?
Yeah, just to add on that, along with loving yourself, you should be loving your surroundings also. Wear your mask so that you should not be spreading the virus to the others.
Yep. I'm back again. It seems that we should have learned from some past lessons and everything, because as I was thinking, I just realized that Ebola just recently had a recent outbreak and everything. And as I was reading this article that I came across recently, it says that the response to Ebola has been complicated by some of the same challenges now undermining the battle against COVID-19 elsewhere in the world. Feud among government officials, lack of coordination between responding agencies, and mistrust from some community members. So as the Ebola outbreak has raged on for 19 months, new hotspots have kept emerging, and health workers are continuing to die from that disease. So it looks like some of the lessons that we should have learned from past outbreaks, we've not learned. So like I said, Ebola was on for a while, and I was wondering if the 2 doctors could speak to that, because there are some other viruses that are out there as well, and apparently we haven't learned even from those lessons. So it seems to me that we should have learned from those lessons as well, but I would love to hear the doctor's thoughts on that.
So I want to time out. I want to hear from the doctors on that, but before you go any further about Ebola, if anybody has never watched or read the story about 93 days when it hit Nigeria and they controlled it, because we know Ebola is one of the most dangerous viruses. Like the success rate is less than 90%, right? I mean, there's just no success rate at all, really. They had the highest success rate of survivors ever. Only 2 people, I think, died in that outbreak. So I think, I would be very, very disappointed in our medical industry if they were not containing Ebola a little bit better, given the fact that we already have a template, a footprint to establish from. And I would recommend watching that movie, Mark, if you haven't. It's free on IBM TV. But go ahead, doctors. This was directed to you. I
would just add one thing to here. The problem with Ebola And this disease, why it is different is because unfortunately that was in Africa.
Right.
I'm sorry to say, but no one is bothered about Africa. So that is why the problem is that they're not taking that. I mean, see, that is the biggest challenge, because see what happens is it is someone else's problem. I have always been of the proponent that unfortunately we have neglected Africa for too long.
Yes.
We need to understand that Africa is the nature house. If you look at the civilization, there is good amount of evidence that civilization started from Africa. So you need to understand that it is the mother's basket. So you will have all kinds of these things coming from Africa. We need to take Africa very, very seriously on this count. But what happens is that we forget we are in our own cocoons and we are not bothered about Africa. And see what is the repercussion of that. Because if we would have learned from the Ebola debacle, I don't think we would have been in this scenario.
Yeah,
I can assure you that maximum people will not even know about Ebola. I can promise you that if you just do a referendum in America and ask them that what is Ebola, I can assure you that maybe 60-70% will not know what is Ebola.
Yeah, very rightly said, Dr. Tulla. I think this is the human nature. Actually, what happened earlier, whether it was swine flu, whether it was SARS, or it was MERS, or it may be Ebola, or it may be anything, that happened in one or two pockets of the globe. But now this virus has came as a pandemic. So when it has came as a pandemic, I'm hoping that we are going to learn something from this lesson. So this lesson has given to the whole of the globe, and that now each and every person, each and every member of this globe, they are speaking the same language. So that is why it is a pandemic. So earlier it was one or two pockets. So maybe we have learned something, but we have a habit of forgetting everything. So we learned and then we forgot. But now it is a pandemic, and mind you, now I think we can learn a lot of things from this, and with the hope, I think we can make some changes in the world.
Yeah.
I agree. Bravo. Selective memory, right? Selective memory. We need to remember better. Nick, it's the top of the hour. I'm going to hand the ball to you.
Oh, you want me to do the introductions,
yes.
Which I can easily do. We have Kim Calhoun. For people who have just joined us around the world, we have Kim Calhoun as the Vice Chair of North Carolina State University's Board of Advisors for the Computer Science Department. And she's also director at IBM TV. And Kit Candle, she's joining from Raleigh. And Kit Kandlawa, who's a director at IBM TV in New Delhi. We have Dr. Tulla, who's also joining us from India, as well as Dr. Saggu. Namaste. I learned that this way we don't shake hands anymore and give diseases. Yeah. You guys are smart. You started this one. You can't get the disease. Yeah. This one. Anything but that. And then Dr. Saggu is also joining us from India. We have Bill Tresvant from Washington, D.C. He's also an attorney like myself, part of the Tower of Power in Washington, D.C. And he's also going to head up American Politics, which debuts Sunday at 7 o'clock Eastern Time on IBM TV. Mark Lee, who runs the Mark Lee Radio Hour at IBM TV, he's in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle Park of North Carolina. He also has its online dinner party. And Dr. Art, who's actually from, I believe, Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area, right? Dr. Art?
I'm in Clinton, North Carolina right now. Grew up in Philadelphia, lived in Erie, Pennsylvania, and New Orleans for a little bit, but now in Clinton, North Carolina. Yes,
and he's also a physician who gives us a part of what we're going to do to stop this coronavirus. Now, in the meantime, as you well know, IBM TV has been selected or appointed, or somehow we got to be the sponsoring media for the International Day of Peace, which is actually started by the United Nations 40 years ago. But we're going to be the distributors of the television programming, and they asked us at September 21st, but actually runs from the 18th through the 21st is the festivals, but the 21st is the official date. The people, they have asked us to gear our programming toward peace on the 18th, I guess, which is our medical day, and also on the 21st, World Peace Day, which is really technically the International Day of Peace. But to go on further, if you have cameos you want to do, you can do so from 11 to 1 and from 7 to 9. We're going to have some very special guests. They're celebrities by our partners in New York City. They're bringing in a guy named Michael Douglas, who I don't remember because he was on Wall Street. I like that movie. But also Leonardo DiCaprio. I believe he was in Titanic. I don't follow these media guys very well. I mean, these celebrities. So bear with me. Stevie Wonder, who I believe plays the piano, and Ringo Starr, I remember he was on the Beatles. Anyway, they're going to be joining us from 11 to 1 and also from 7 to 9 on a rebroadcast. And of course, they asked the IBM TV to bring in our celebrities, such as Dr. Saggu, Dr. Tulla, and Dr. Art. So, but you got to say something about world peace, which you're fighting a coronavirus.
Nick,
I don't know how that happens with world peace. But
I know. Well, Nick, I guess the question is, if we're fighting the coronavirus, wouldn't that mean that we're pro-war?
Well, yeah, it's good point. Okay, see, yeah, we should bring our warriors in, our warriors that are fighting the coronavirus. There they are, the medical doctors on the front lines fighting the coronavirus, as opposed to world peace, fighting world peace. But I could imagine that wars could be a lot more destructive than even the coronavirus, because the data that I read is that it actually would be a lot more destructive with that in mind. But anyway, that's going to be happening not next week. Is it next week, Ankit?
It's 24th September.
18th?
It is a week from Monday.
Yeah, it's 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st. They asked us to gear our programming toward International Peace Day. The 21st is the official United Nations Day. And so I think the 18th, that would be, I'd have to get my computer to find out. Would that be next Friday?
That'll be a week from today. Next Friday.
From today. Okay. All right. So the
Monday.
thing is, like I said, I'm not sure because I run Economics Monday. I was trying to figure out, okay, how do I get my business people to gear up toward World Peace Day? I mean, they're all trading stocks and bonds and investing and building, and I couldn't figure it out yet. But I do believe war is bad for business, so I'm going to try to get them to head that direction. Then I'm not sure even the doctors. How do you guys handle this world peace issue? You're always battling, diseases and trying to cure people. I'm not really sure how that would work, but something to think about during this week.
Well, I think Dr. Tulla just answered that question, because didn't he mention the fact that this is a pandemic, which is a global issue, and it is definitely around the world. So the world has to come together in order to fight this disease together. So I think Dr. Tulla answered that when he gave us that answer about Africa being at the center of civilization. So I think that Nick, the question has been answered, that it's definitely about world peace in the sense that we've got to have that global battle and all of that. I've also got to tease you, Nick, because Stevie Wonder had this great album called Songs in the Key of Life. That's just one of them. So if you don't know that one, go get it, and I'll give you some other recommendations.
Look, I didn't know who Frank Zappa was. I had to research him on the internet. I'm still not really sure. I don't know if everybody else knows. I know Dr. Art is into music, so he may know all these names. Okay, like Stevie Wonder, right? The guy, you've heard of him, and Frank Zappa.
I'm actually connected to Stevie Wonder. One of my high school classmates, her brother was his keyboard designer. Still is. Really? So he's a technical musical instrument creator, and he'd been working with him for years. So when you see his instruments, they don't look like normal keyboards, and he is his personal inventor that makes sure that he has something that works for his vision issue. But yeah, every time you see one of his keyboards, he invented his keyboards for him. And one of my high school classmates is his brother or his sister.
Really? Okay. Yeah. So we have a connection to Stevie Wonder. Wow. That's, that's kind of interesting. These people to me are just names, and I don't know very much about them. So I have to ask the musicians or people that are musically inclined. Dr. Tulla, are you familiar with Stevie Wonder by any chance?
Yeah. So when we were growing up during our younger times, he had a very hit song, I Just Called to Say I Love You. If I'm not wrong, Mark, was that the song?
That is the song.
Really? Correct. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, he's into world peace. And Michael Douglas, you guys have all heard of Michael Douglas, right? I know from Wall Street, but other than that, does he get to India by any chance?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
See, Hollywood is big in India, so don't worry now. Hollywood
okay.
is real
Hollywood's
big
big in India. Okay, all right. No, I just want to make sure, because sometimes, you know, when Ankit, who disappeared before I start talking to him, he kept telling me about Shadow Khan, and I go, I don't even know who Shadow Khan is, you know. So let's bring this guy back, Shadow Khan. So let me ask Dr. Art. Dr. Art, do you know who Shadow Khan is?
Shadow Khan, I do not. That is one I am not familiar with.
Okay, let me ask Dr. Tulla. Do you know who Shadow Khan is?
So he is one of leading artists from the Indian film industry. So if I were to do comparison, so maybe I would say that he's some kind of a Leonardo DiCaprio kind of a
Right.
comparison.
I actually Googled him, because when Ankit told me about him, I said, never heard of the guy. Googled him. He's like one of the wealthiest actors in the world. You know, his net worth is close to $1 billion, and he doesn't make it across the pond over here. In other words, he's probably more wealthier than Leonardo DiCaprio and Michael Douglas combined.
Nick,
But you don't hear about him.
The moral of the story is Nick understands only one thing, that is monetary worth.
Yes, you got it.
So you
right.
have to tell him. You have to tell him that how much is the guy worth, rather than telling who is he.
Yeah, right. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm sitting there going like, well, let's see, let's go check. Well, there's a whole site called Net Worth site, so you can find out how much these people are worth. And I remember that Shadow Khan was close to $1 billion, and I don't think these other people are even close. And but the thing
Leonardo
is,
DiCaprio is 260 million. I just looked it up for you. So
good for you. See, there we go.
260 million for Leonardo DiCaprio. I'll tell you Stevie in a minute, but that's what Leonardo is worth.
I mean, the thing is, this is always get me, Michael Douglas, because I made this statement. I believe that Shadow Khan is worth more than Michael Douglas and Leonardo DiCaprio combined.
But Nick, more that we have dozens of actors who have more than $250 million of worth.
I am so correct. The Shadow Khan, who we never hear of over here, is worth more than Leonardo DiCaprio and Michael Douglas combined. Okay, see, that's a great
you
thing
can even
to say.
add Stevie Wonder to that list as well. Stevie Wonder's net worth is $110 million.
Oh, this is really great. I love it. This is great for my financial Economics Monday. Think about it, because all the Americans never heard of Shadow Khan, but his net worth is greater than Stevie Wonder, Michael Douglas, and Leonardo DiCaprio combined. And he didn't make it like Bono did by investing in Facebook or YouTube. He made it all acting. Think about that. So that is such a killer thing.
And Nick, there is one more fact to it, that we have dozens of actors who have more than $250 million of net worth.
Yeah, I know, but we just don't even hear about them over here. I mean, see, part of the greatness of IBM TV is we build the bridge between what goes on between the United States and India, because or even around the world, because a lot of the information that we get is very filtered, and by the time it gets here, you just don't even hear about it. So when you mentioned that to me, it was like astonishing, and I did look him up just to make sure. But his reportable back then was around 730 million, and if you add up all those three, they don't add up to 730. So the weird thing is, Shadow Khan is an extremely successful actor, one of the highest paid actors in the world, yet he is not even. People in the United States don't even know who he is. But you know what? People in the United
Nick, I would say that this is a country-specific thing. I guess in your part of the world, I think entertainers of a different kind are more in net worth. What I mean is sports persons. I believe they are your number one net worth winners when it comes down, hands down.
No, the number one net worth people in the world here are high-tech guys. A guy named Jeff Bezos.
I'm not talking about the technocrats. I'm talking about the fine arts people. I'm talking about from them.
Oh yeah, well the sports people do quite well. They had on this guy at Mahomes who does American football. He signed a $400 million contract. I mean, they do quite well. But the thing is, and this is one they did one day. They compared Bill Gates with everybody else. And then they realize what everybody else has is nothing compared to Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Larry Ellison, or Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, they're just not even close.
Nick, I've got one for you that can be comparable to what our Indian guy's net worth is. And this is actually going to shock a lot of folks because it just shocked me. But we have a presidential candidate who comes out of the world of entertainment. His net worth is $3.2 billion. So that is the great producer, rapper, fashion designer, and entrepreneur, Kanye West. So Kanye West does have a net worth of $3.2 billion.
Whoa, I did not know that.
With or without Kim?
No. I mean, that's serious.
No, because it doesn't count if you married into money.
No, it says we combined with his wife, Kim Kardashian, the couple has a net worth of at least $4.1 billion. So actually, most of that money is his money. So she did not even bring in $1 billion. So no, it was done by apparently himself and some of the things that he's involved in. So as a film producer, screenwriter, fashion designer, music video director, and a number of other things, his net worth is $3.2 billion.
Well, then, Mark, you honestly have to ask this question. Why can't he just stay on his meds?
Hey, come on, Bill. You know they're too expensive over here.
You would have said it if I didn't. But
yeah, you're right. I would have. Bill. The meds here are just way too expensive. And see, that's something we haven't got into is comparing the cost of medicine here versus the cost of medicine in India. I think you guys would slaughter us in terms of the cost being much lower in India than they are here in the United States. And I've also heard there's been a trend toward what do they call it, medical tourism, where I don't know if you've seen that, Dr. Tulla. There was an attorney that I was working with that goes, well, what I do, rather than having plastic surgery here in the United States, I fly to India, round trip, first class, do my surgery there, and come back. It's cheaper than the U.S. Have you seen that, Dr. Tulla, the medical?
Yeah, so we do get a lot of people from the West, and I mean the medical tourism before COVID was up and thriving in India. So in fact, I would tell you a very surprising thing. When it comes to cosmetic surgeries, in maximum hospitals in India, I mean I'm talking about the tier 1 cities or the bigger cities, a bulk or a chunk of these surgeries was done on people from outside India. So that included India, that included Europeans, Americans, they included even people from the Middle East.
Yeah.
So what I mean to say is Iran, Iraq, the GCC Gulf countries. So this is what was happening before that.
Yeah.
So this all has been brought to a standstill by COVID. So COVID has struck the medical industry very badly.
Right.
And not only this, we were doing a lot of other surgeries also, like Dr. Saggu, who does bariatric surgery. A lot of his bulk was also coming from these countries. And then we had these other surgeries like bone marrow transplant and all, which is much, much cheaper in India as compared to your part of the world.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what I see. Dr. Art, do you have any ideas, or does it ever passed around? Why is medicine so expensive in the United States compared to the rest of the world? Why are we so expensive?
I actually had this conversation with a senator. I forget which one, but not too many years ago. And I asked, why can't we get the price of drugs down? Why can't we get surgeries down? Why can't we just get the overall cost down? He goes, this is the United States. And if you're the inventor, there's patents. There's you need to be not gifted, but you need to be rewarded for the hard work you did to get either the surgery to fruition, if you did the research, to get the medication to fruition. That's why we have patents. And when a new medicine comes out, you can't get it in generic for many years. And they say we have to protect the ability of these people to be innovated by allowing them to get the resources and the money back for all the that they did. That's why there's the big scramble for the vaccine for coronavirus right now, is the group that comes up with the best vaccine. And we're hoping for a single vaccine, not a 2-shot vaccine, which is what we're seeing right now. The group that comes up with it should get rewarded for the ability to come up with that innovation, for spending the money on the testing. So it made sense to me. That's the explanation. But then after it comes off patent, we're seeing generics becoming more expensive. Like the cost of doxycycline was only 80 cents a pill, and I was using it a lot because it was really good for pneumonias, etc. But now it's I think it's $80 a prescription now when I give it to my patients, and that's only because the cost went up. And that's something that really, inflation-wise, that's how many thousands of percent or whatever. But my patients that were getting it cheaper and saving themselves from pneumonia, nothing changed except the price. There was no new patent. There was nothing else except the price shot up. And, you know, people were complaining about that AIDS, the company that was that bought the AIDS drug. And I forgot the name of the guy.
AZT, was it? Yeah, I remember the guy.
And he
right.
shot up the price of it, thousands of dollars.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
you know, basically became a death sentence for the people that needed it, that the price shot up so much and they couldn't afford it out of pocket.
Right.
That was the least of the problems. It was it's all the generics that we were using for the people who couldn't afford their medicines that have now gone up in a much more exponential way. And nobody's mentioning that stuff, but my patients are feeling it every day. That's where I'm the most concerned, because that really shouldn't be happening right now. A company that has good competition, like should happen in the United States, shouldn't be allowed to jack the price up like that without a competitor lowering the price. But that's not happening. So my big concern is there's some kind of, I don't know, collusion, or there's some kind of price fixing that really shouldn't be happening in the United States as a free market. And that's my biggest concern. There's a lack of free market, because when insurers pay for these medicines, the patient doesn't see the true price. And so the price just gets paid, but it still comes out of the consumer or the business's pocket that's paying for that insurance. So that's where I think the disconnect is. People should get the money for inventing it, but that's where the disconnect is. There should be controls over that.
Right.
If I could just add to that, I know that right here in the Triangle area where me and Nick are in North Carolina, there is a very active pharmaceutical lobby. So I also think that the pharmaceutical lobby is a major part of the problem as well, because they're trying to find ways to make money. I mean, definitely it's a capitalist economy, so they're trying to find ways to make money. And I think that a lot of times it stops and delays a lot of things that could be happening quicker because of the power of that lobby. I want to say that might be the second most powerful lobby in the country. Bill, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the gun lobby is the number one lobby, and then I think the pharmaceutical industry is number two. But I know that those are like two of the most powerful lobbies in American politics. But am I correct in thinking that they're in the top two?
You're correct in thinking they're in the top two, but I'm not sure what the top two are, because currently I believe the NRA has a host of troubles. So
yeah. And the thing is, we can Google the PACs that are out there. I used to be a member of a PAC. They call them Political Action Committee, and I had a great experience of doling out money to senators and congressmen so I could get them to do what we wanted them to do. But the way you do it, you can't do it directly, because that would be a bribe. Instead, you just donate to the campaign, then you go talk to them later. And so the thing is, that could be happening in the pharmaceutical industry right now as we speak. And that's one reason why we see these windfalls that take place to the detriment of everybody else. And then, and this is a hilarious, Dr. Art, then these people walk around and and if I had some of those, my clients, they're multimillionaires and billionaires, and they hate government control and hate government involvement. Now, the irony is they made all their money because of government control. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Then they turn around and they hate it. It's just kind of an interesting subject, but we'll have to dig into that later, maybe on American politics.
It is a known fact that, if I may interject, it is very easy to control and get the pricing under control. So the only problem is that we need to understand that we do not see the politicians for politicians. I'm sorry to repeat this again and again, but I believe politicians don't have any interest in the health, right? Because people don't vote them on that account. Mm-hmm. People will vote to them on different other issues except
you're
health.
correct. Yeah,
so they are not accountable for health. The day you start voting governments on an agenda for health, I am sure this whole thing will turn around.
You're right. It's
so
a different
everything will fall into place. So the problem is, in all countries, the countries where you see the health structure is very good, you see there is the people vote on health agendas also. Mm-hmm. For example, if I were to give you an example, Canada, where Sasha keeps on saying that I don't earn too much money there, but if you look at look at the type of care the country's government takes of its people, It is, I mean, it's mind-boggling. I've not seen that in any other part of the world. Maybe something like in Australia or New Zealand will, I mean, vouch for that to compare with there. But no, none of the other countries does like that.
Yeah,
so we need to understand that.
No. I was getting to go to Bill and everything because I just realized something. We're almost at the top of the hour, and we've got this major thing. Nick would probably get on my case about it not getting it, but we've got this wonderful sponsor here, Lynn. So we need to get to him and get to the issues that he's going to talk about and everything. By the way, we were joking about folks that have a lot of money. Bill, you'll be glad to know that Michael Jordan is worth $2.2 billion. I think Lynn is actually close to that as well. So it gets on my hard time. So I'm going to turn it over to Lynn, our billionaire in the house, even though I know he's not really making that kind of money. But I can dream for you, Lynn, that you're going to have that kind of money and everything. So Lynn, tell us about the dollar store.
So just as a lead in, I want to tell Dr. Art that and you don't realize how old I am, but I had a high school classmate who developed the keyboard for Ludwig von Beethoven. So anyway, so just so you know, but and that's my kind of music, so I like that. But anyway, yes. So our family owns an online dollar store. We're a sponsor of Money Masters PBS, and we love the mission, which is to provide financial education that results in financial fitness and hopefully reduces the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. We're donating 100% of our profit to Money Masters PBS through the end of the month. We also have a gift token program. We're giving people who sign up as customers to $5 worth of gift tokens. They all already get it by signing up to become a customer. So at the end of the day, they're going to have $10 worth. Our products are quality products. We sell them for a lower price than you're going to get. And I won't say all the products, but most of the products are sold for less than it's going to cost you if you go to a regular store, even Amazon. We deliver right to your home. It costs $25 for orders of $25 or more. Shipping is free. We have things like the medical type mask, 50 of them for $25. That's 50 cents a mask. If you apply the $5 worth of gift tokens that you're going to get just by becoming a customer, it's going to be 40 cents a mask. And Bill, I don't mean to be taking the stage away from you, but we have a little time at the moment. So there goes my stupid phone. But anyway, if you get the extra $5 worth of gift tokens, it's going to cost $30 a mask. I mean, you can't buy these. You go into CVS or Walgreens or any of the stores, you can't get them for that kind of a price. But I'm going to give you one quick example. There's a product that Kimberly clearly likes because she doesn't have any lines in her face, and unless she's actually going to Dr. Tulla to take care of it, but I don't think she has. But that product we sell for $4.99. Amazon sells the equivalent product for $67 plus shipping. So that gives you an example. We have lots of quality products from companies like Johnson & Johnson, Fisher Price, Sesame Street, Dove soap. I mean, I could go on and on, but I didn't want to keep it going much longer. I just want you to support the store, because by supporting the store, you're supporting Money Masters PBS. I know Dr. Art is already signed up as a customer, and I have to check my spreadsheet. But if you haven't gotten your extra tokens, you're going to get those before the weekend's out. And now I'm going to jump and I'm going to answer another question, because the question Nick asked was, why is healthcare so expensive? We talked about the meds, and you're absolutely right, Dr. Art, because the patent issue, 18 years, nobody can copy your patent until it goes off of the patent at the end of 18 years. And there are ways, by the way, to extend that. But beyond that, the other cost is the litigation that happens in the U.S. against the whole field of medicine, against the hospitals, against the physicians like you are. The cost for a young physician coming out of school, they may not earn in the first year the cost of what their medical insurance is going to be. And the medical malpractice insurance, and that's one of the other problems we have in the United States, is just the litigation that goes on, because oftentimes the insurance companies will basically say, let's settle the case because fighting it is going to cost us money, especially if it goes in front of a jury. I mean, the worst thing that can happen here in Philadelphia is to have somebody change venue and have a litigation go in front of a jury in Philadelphia, because it is going to cost millions of dollars. And so anyway, so much for my observation about the cost of medicine.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because, I grew up in the suburbs of Philadelphia. And one reason I do not practice in Pennsylvania is they had that catastrophic fund. When I was looking for practices, they told me I had to pay $70,000 just to pay for other doctors' malpractice because the fund was depleted. So just to start practice in Pennsylvania, I had to pay $70,000 just to pay somebody else's malpractice that didn't get funded, just to get started with my malpractice, and it didn't even cover my malpractice. So $70,000 right off the bat for a young physician. I found North Carolina didn't have that, and they had a state that was really amenable to doctors staying in their state and being able to afford their malpractice insurance. And then later on, after practicing here, they passed a law that put a limit on non-economic damages, and that dropped my malpractice rates tremendously. So North Carolina is a great state to practice, but Pennsylvania, $70,000 for a new physician just to get started. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, wow. And you realize that we have some of the best medical schools in the country at Penn and Jefferson, Temple, and I can't remember what the fourth one is, but anyway, well, Graduate Hospital is gone now, but anyway, we have, and most of the people who are being educated here are leaving the state for just that reason, Dr. Art, because the cost of practicing medicine here in Pennsylvania is just horrible.
As you heard, I did my residency at St. Vincent's in Erie, Pennsylvania, and I was all set to be a rural physician in Pennsylvania. Wow! But that $70,000 just kept me from staying.
Yeah, where did you graduate? Where did you grow up in the Philadelphia area?
Abington.
That's where I grew up, Abington.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. I graduated probably in 1923 or so from Abington, and Dr. Art probably graduated in 1990.
Class of '88.
Yeah, I'm kidding. I was going to say 1995 or 2000 because you're so young. Yeah, no, I was you were 1988. Yeah, I was
old enough that there was still a rifle range underneath the swimming pool.
Oh, I remember that. So I was the class of '62. I hate to admit it, but a lot of years before you. But Abington Hospital the costs at Abington Hospital these days are out of sight, as you probably know. And it's a great hospital, but it couldn't compete because Blue Cross and Blue Shield basically in Pennsylvania controls all the costs, and it had to go and merge with Jefferson in order to be able to do what it does. Anyway, so maybe you'll come back and go to the June Fete one of these days, and we'll have fun together. Dr. Art knows about the June Fete.
Yep. And I was lucky enough, I actually did rotations at Abington Hospital when I was in Erie for my residency. And, when I heard the issues that the doctors were dealing with financially, the whole, the monopoly of the insurance companies, the red flags were all up that I had to look for some other state and some other place to practice.
Yeah, you and I, if you did a rotation at Abington, you and I probably know an awful lot of doctors from Abington. My generation is older, and many of them are retired. But
the funny thing is, one of the doctors who started my practice, Dr. Peak, he did residency at Abington. So down here in North Carolina, he started this practice, but he trained at Abington.
Yeah, what is your specialty? So
family medicine.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so I mean, I could name a few people in the family practice, but anyway, I won't bore the people like Bill who's sitting there in Washington D.C. You know, here's you think of the small world that we live in. Okay, David K. Johnson comes on. Okay, he grew up in Soquel, California, where I wouldn't want to be today because of the fires out there. Okay, I have a very close friend who lives in Soquel. Was a high school classmate from Abington, and he then moves to Rochester, where my son went to college. Has a house in Ocean City, New Jersey, which is where my parents met, and where I go. You know, we were just down in Ocean City to visit a friend last weekend. I mean, it's then I get on and I talk to Dr. Art, who grew up in Abington, who did rotation in Abington. But wait a minute. But then Ankit and I are brothers from other mothers because we have the same birthday. Here's Ankit.
But Lynn, the small world thing just gets crazy and everything because and I was looking for you, Kim, by the way. I did go on to the Henny Morales's thing that he does on Wednesday evening and everything, and he had these authors that were on that have written a book about dealing with grief and loss and things of that nature. And some of them had actually flown from parts of the United States to California where Henning was. But then they had other people involved in the Zoom conversation. There were some of these authors as well. It turns out that one of these authors is related to me by marriage. So they actually married one of my cousins. So when I'm sitting over there chatting and I see this name and it's like something Mason Walker. And I'm like, wait a minute, that name looks very familiar. And then we were chatting in the chat concept of what goes on in his conversation, and she's like, yeah, you're Malik's brother, and you know Tanya, which is my first cousin. And I'm like, wait a minute, how do you know this? And it turns out that, like I said, we're related, and we're actually, because of meeting Henning on this platform and then going to that platform, I reconnected with a relative that's up there in Boston, Massachusetts.
So I'm in a business with somebody from San Jose, okay, and he and I talked. I wake up in the mornings, and when I listen, Dr. Art will know this, KYW, and I listen to the news and the traffic report. My friend Steve's brother lives in Havertown and does the traffic report for KYW some of the time. I mean, how strange is that? Somebody who grew up. Oh yeah, it is a small world. So
anyway, you guys are doing World Peace Day. This is how you create world peace. You see the connections you have with people.
Exactly.
You know, and once you have that connection and you're anchored to each other, you'll fight for those people no matter what they look like, what their beliefs are. Now that I know you're an Abington brother, you know, we're both ghosts. So now
we're ghosts. And we gallop, don't we?
Yeah, we're galloping ghosts. So now we're connected.
I haven't heard that term in a while, galloping ghost.
Nobody else has that mascot.
Nobody else does. We're by ourselves.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just think it's beautiful because it's fun when we unite like this, because I feel like we're not just solving solutions, but we're healing our hearts right now. We're healing our souls. So honored and proud that we are part of the United Nations World Peace Day. And, you know, we've got these wonderful doctors who have been coming on board and inspiring us, the good, healthy inspirations that you have been providing, Dr. Arthur. I hope that you can join us on that Monday sometime if you got time, beam in and say hi to the world, or even do some DJ stuff.
Definitely.
So have you been able to do that lately, your DJ work?
Oh, I have been so busy, you know, with some of my expertise and stuff. I'm being asked to be on several boards. I just got named to the COVID-19 vaccine task task force for the Institute of Medicine of North Carolina. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me trying to figure out how we're going to distribute this vaccine, how we're going to prioritize people. And they put me as co-chair for this group. So I got a lot of work. So, I'm doing the best I can. I've had patients come in and say, we miss your DJing. When are you going to do it again? And I see how important it is too. So I'll definitely be back on when I can. But tomorrow I'm taking a sabbatical and going deep sea fishing and taking a break. So.
Yes. Way to go. You gotta have that decompression time.
Mm-hmm.
And
you need it.
Are you going out to the Carolina coast?
Well, my favorite boat is a head boat. It's called the Vonda K, and it's off Carolina Beach. And every time I go, knock on wood, as long as I don't bring a banana, I do okay. That's my superstition.
Okay, bananas. We won't. Maybe you'll.
No bananas on the boat.
No banana boat. I like that. No, this is great. Deep sea fishing is a lot of sunshine, salt air. Woo, that is great. The vaccine. I'm a little nervous about vaccines, especially when they've been rushed. And you're sitting on the board, so I trust that, because I've heard you talk about how we need to be careful and things like that.
That's what makes me weird about it, because I'm actually very leery about the vaccines, but they put me on the committee, so that's a good thing, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah,
well, because I know that you're overcautious about these things, that it's not something that you're just eager for us to leap into. Yes, Ankit.
I would like to know about from Dr. Arthur that we are, listing of a lot of disinfection cases from around the world, especially from Hong Kong and India. And there are a lot of people who have been, again, suffered from COVID with a different mutation in Spain. So when you go and, have a committee meeting about vaccine, do you discuss about disinfection as well, or you're just focusing on the vaccine right
now? Ask that one more time. I'm muffled a little bit on me.
So Go ahead.
So basically, in Indian doctors, when we talk to the doctors, they are focusing on vaccine, and according to what we are listening, that we need to have 2 shots of vaccine so that we can be a COVID-free for n number of periods, basically. So according to them, it's like 180 days to maybe 9 months or so, something like that. But when someone is having a disinfection, would that be another different treatment, or would it be the same treatment?
So yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not sure yet. I don't have enough scientific evidence to give you a good answer on that. Not at all.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're sitting on the board, so that you can gain help.
Sometimes the best answer is I don't know.
Right.
Let's find out.
We are listening to people that they were suffering from COVID, and then they had a COVID-free period of 3 months, and now they have again some mutation and symptoms, and now that affecting to the organs. So there is a process going on, but they are not getting the right medication, because the medication what they were getting, it's not suitable for the current situation, and they are not sure how to handle that portion. So that's what a lot of discussion going around basically.
And from some of the reports I read, one patient got it a second time, but they didn't have as bad a symptoms. So the first infection actually protected them, but they still had an illness, but it wasn't as bad as the initial illness. And if they were finding out the different species, the different varieties of coronavirus could cause a second infection. But still, these are only case reports. There's no big studies yet where I can really give you any conclusions yet. So until we know that, that's why there's talk about a second, a 2-shot vaccine that would cover those. But we're still not sure yet. Like the worst news we got this week was the transverse myelitis patient, where somebody had the vaccine caused the body to attack their own spine, and they're coming out of the hospital now. But you remember, I predicted this vaccine is going against a virus that it causes the body to attack itself. We just had our first case of that during these trials. So what I predicted actually happened. So my big concern is we can't let that happen, because we're supposed to prevent disease, not cause more disease. And that's my big fear, is that AstraZeneca vaccine that just got shut down, it caused that transverse myelitis. And that's what we're really looking against. So I'm glad they shut down. They're looking at what happened. But based on my scientific models, we know what happened. The body attacked itself.
I want to ask you about something I discovered about the NIH have been funding since, maybe 2008, and started a human trial on an upper respiratory drug. They pulled it from the shelf in November of 2019, and then they gave it an award in July of this year, 2020, and have funded it to become a pilot for COVID-19. And I want to share it with you just to see if you've heard about it, because it's a preventive drug that it was originated for the upper respiratory and building the immune system in older adults. But it's called RTB 101. I just thought it was interesting that the research has been going on for many years. I read about it a year ago because I thought it was interesting because, I'm an older adult now, and it helps prevent the respiratory tract infections. They've been doing a human trial since 2012. Predicted about 2 years ago to a year ago, they predicted that they would have the FDA approval by January of 2021. They pulled it from the shelf or from trials and everything last November, and then all of a sudden they here it is, right? So I was just curious if you've ever heard of this drug.
This is the first I'm hearing about this one, but do you know why they pulled it? Did they say specifically? Because that's usually a pretty drastic decision.
No, because they had extremely good responses from it since 2012. So NIH was funding it. They were funding about $4.7 million in their research foundation. I can send you the information on it. They didn't pull it because there were any negative results from it. They actually had a lot of positive results in the articles I was reading over a year ago. The people were like, wow, this is the greatest medication. It even gave me more energy because it builds the immunity system as well as the T cell, right? It improves the T cells in the body. And I'm not a scientist, but I certainly understand when I start seeing a report that things are getting better. And the reports on it were very, very encouraging. This is what I just read because I was upset when they made a decision to not run it anymore. There was no definite, but the NIH has been funding it since way before 2012. Human trials started in 2012. No negative side effects that they could really report on. At one point in time, like when they changed the drug development from one level to the other, they had to have another drug kind of work with it for a while, and then it was on its own. But I can send you all the information because they've just decided to pull it back on to develop. Let's fund this. They gave it an award. And I'm like, wow, okay. But they were ready for FDA approval in the early part of 2021. So I'm going to send it to you. Because that's what we're about, right? Is sharing information and understanding what drugs can work. I always, listen to you guys, build our own immunity. That's what I've been doing. Yes, Lynn.
So it was interesting with the AstraZeneca pulling back their study because of the nerve condition that it attacked on the spine. A former partner of mine in a business, for 32 years, had a flu shot and ended up getting Guillain-Barré. And actually, literally, we were delivering gifts in Abington Hospital on Christmas Day. Saw his son, and the only thing he could do was move his eyes. And I remember that back in the 70s, there was a very significant outbreak of Guillain-Barré as a result of flu shots. So because of his situation, I've been very leery about getting any kind of flu shots or vaccines, especially since, and you can comment on this, the likelihood is that the flu shots, what I get is going to be different than what Kimberly's going to get because it'll affect what affects her might affect me differently, and which might affect Mark totally differently, which is why I'm not sure, can there be any kind of a flu shot that we can be absolutely sure is not going to cause side effects like that. And that one scares me because literally he was this close to dying. Okay. And how many years? 8 years later, he still basically has to walk with a cane. He was a big tennis player. He can't play tennis anymore. What are your thoughts?
Well, I actually had my first patient get Guillain-Barré after 21 years of practice. And, the way you avoid that is to never give the flu shot when somebody's sick, ill, feverish, and all that. And she had the perfect storm. We gave her the flu shot, and the next day she came down with a viral fever. The day before, she was perfectly fine. The next day, she got the viral fever, and then she got the Guillain-Barré just a few days later. Lost her ability to walk, had to see a neurologist. And it's now been, that was last year's flu shot. So, and she's still just now able to walk normal, but still using a cane and everything. And she's a young woman. But that in 21 years of saving people's lives with the flu shot, that was the only one. And it was unfortunately the perfect storm. But that's why it's not, as long as you can avoid getting the flu shot when you're ill, then it's almost 0% that you'll get Guillain-Barré. But unfortunately, in her situation, it was boom, boom. And it probably would have never happened if she had not had that viral illness the next day. So once again, it's whoops, sorry about that. It's when the immune system works too well, and so she had the other illness. The body started fighting that illness and the flu at the same time. So then the immune system started attacking her own body. So that's what you're always fighting against. So on the one hand, Kim, you're telling me about this miracle medication that the NIH worked with, but it makes the immune system work better. That might not be a good thing for coronavirus, because then if you make it work too much better, you might actually cause that perfect storm where the body attacks itself even better. So we don't know that it's going to take a lot, but scientifically, that's the first thought in my brain. So no, you can never make a vaccine that's perfect that won't cause the body to attack itself, but you get enough experience with it that you know what not to do. So with the flu, he might have had the perfect storm when he got the Guillain-Barré, but that's always a risk. But luckily it happens in so few patients with the right administration but it's devastating when it happens. You save, so that's the hard part about this whole COVID. On the one hand, you should spread it, but on the other hand, kids going to college is the best thing to happen because they're not going to get sick that badly. It's going to be very rare that they die, and they're away from their families. So you're keeping the community safe by keeping them in dorms instead of closing the school and sending them back to the community where they'll expose their grandparents. So we got to be smart about the public health, but with these vaccines, you will never get a 100% safe vaccine that won't cause the immune system to attack itself in very rare cases, but that's why you do the studies. So now AstraZeneca has that one episode. We don't know if there are other episodes where the transverse myelitis is going to occur, but luckily they shut it down and they're going to study it. If it's just one case out of 1 million, then you use the vaccine still. And unfortunately, there's going to be that one person who gets hurt to keep all of us protected. But, you hate making those decisions. You're supposed to do no harm. But then you got to think politics. You got to think population health and public health. 1 million people saved over one person getting transverse myelitis is a good thing. I hate to say it, but it's such a draconian way to think. But scientifically and politically, that's how you save the population.
Yeah, Dr. Arthur, you just mentioned the thing about the universities and everything. And I know that even here in North Carolina, we're seeing spikes in cases on the university. But I was just wondering your thoughts about that, particularly since a lot of times it seems to be in very condensed areas, be that frat houses, be that things along those lines. But it definitely seems to be in condensed areas. And I know I've heard you say before that you're not a big fan of the colleges sending their folk back into the greater population. And I know East Carolina and a number of other schools have done that. But do you think that we should at least shut down some of those condensed groups, be that the athletic houses, be that the dorms or things of that nature, even if we don't send them back to their homes? Because that's one of the things I am concerned about.
Let me give you a nightmare story that a patient just told me today. Their child was going to UNC and they ended up getting coronavirus and they lost their sense of smell. And their decision was, well, I can't taste anything, so let me drink some hard liquor that I usually hate, and let's go to parties. So because I won't taste it, so maybe I can drink tequila now. And they went to parties. So condensed areas versus and smart decision making. I was livid when I heard that, but that's how young people think. I can drink all the alcohol I want now because I won't taste the tequila. And I was like, oh my goodness, why did you tell me that? But that's how the college kids are thinking.
Right.
So why do you think they were still shutting down bars? In Sturgis, we're hearing all the stories about the spread at Sturgis. It's not as bad as they're reporting in that one economic report, but the biggest spread was at a bar. And people are angry at the governor for shutting down bars here in North Carolina, but we keep getting evidence that bars are where people make bad decisions and spread coronavirus.
Well, how about
we just heard how a UNC student decided that. So condensed areas, yes, reduce that, but places where people just act stupid, you got to shut down.
Well, how about sharing the vapes by vaping? Because that's another way that it's spread. That at least I've been told that it does. So if I vape and I give you the whatever it is, the electronic cigarette, you're more likely to catch it than even just the two of us standing next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just remember I heard about an incident recently where there was like a party bus. There was a party bus, and they were trying to figure out whether, because I think they even asked the governor of North Carolina whether the rules would impact what he was doing. And he was basically like, there definitely is. I don't know how you can social distance on a party bus. Maybe you can figure out a way, Dr. Ard, that I know you're also a DJ, but I can't figure out how you can socially distance on a party bus. There are limited space.
Well, on my trip to the Grand Canyon, they did have caution tape to keep you 6 feet apart from every person on the bus when you got bused to the Grand Canyon. So, but a party bus where everybody's standing up and using a brass pole to spin around, I don't think so.
Well, I was shocked with the Kentucky Derby because of course they didn't have a whole lot of people, probably just the owners, but they did have a party bus there, and everybody's sitting. I'm like, it would have been better sitting outside, right? But everybody's sitting on the bus partying, and I'm like, I don't get. And they're wearing their mask, and like you said, they had the sections, and I'm like, why are we? I would rather be sitting outside, even on the field, right, where I'm distanced from people and watching the horses. But people like that community feeling, right? And I think they're craving it.
Well, now that's the thing. I am personally okay with opening bars and everywhere else as long as they can guarantee masking, temperature checks, and 6 feet of distance, because we now know that just about guarantees no spread. So if a bar can do that and enforce it, great, open up. If I know movie theater, have you heard of an airplane spreading coronavirus for the last few months?
No, I have not.
It's working. It's working. So why not? If a place can guarantee they're going to let people stay 6 feet apart, force people to wear masks, and temperature check, then they should open and let people in and enforce it. Unfortunately, in my county, we still have 1 to 2 deaths a week on average because I just had an employee from Lowe's get coronavirus, and the reason they got COVID was work. And I asked, why do you guys not enforce masks? Oh, we were told by corporate that we can't ask a person's medical conditions because of HIPAA. So if they're not wearing a mask, we can't enforce it because we can't ask about their medical conditions. So there's the politics and the law and all. I understand, but at the same time, I don't feel safe going to any of those companies right now. So I'm going to order from your store and get it delivered to my house.
But my grandson's girlfriend just got a job with a company near New Brunswick, New Jersey. Okay. And she interviewed them, and she went to work. They never told her that they have no COVID policy whatsoever. Everybody works. Nobody wears a mask. They don't socially distance. And here she walks in. They didn't even inform her that they have a COVID. They didn't have a COVID policy. And I mean, something like that, I think, is absolutely wrong. And they should be taken to task for doing that.
Yeah, it's difficult when.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ard, but I would even add to that, and I'm curious to hear what you think about this medically, because what Lynn just described, I would add to that. I know for a fact that there have been a couple of restaurants where somebody in the restaurant tested with COVID, and then they closed it down for a day, maybe 2 days. But that's not the full 2-week time. So it seems to me that if a restaurant knows that they had somebody that had a COVID case, that they should close for at least a 2-week period. But I also get it from an economic standpoint in that restaurant's mind. that they don't want to close for that time. So I guess economically I understand where they were coming from, but I know I don't feel safe going to that restaurant if I know that there was a case, even if it was a rumored case.
Mm-hmm. And so the hard part is, even if we had a place that enforced things, and say somebody got unruly and didn't want to wear and wanted to walk around, we have our sheriff who said that he's not going to enforce it.
Yeah.
So we have no backup to even enforce it, and we're in a lurch. And in a county of only 60,000 people, having 1 to 2 people die a week when bigger counties don't have that many people dying, something needs to change politically, or something needs to just change with protecting the citizens. But it takes everyone to pull on the same rope. And so it's just a tough situation to deal with, because there's politics, there's science, there's, just the HIPAA laws. And I can understand why Lowe's made the decision they did, but at the same time, it's not protecting the citizens.
I agree with you. I want to ask you about this because, I like your philosophy on the fact that we've already proven a track record that if we wear our mask and wash our hands and take these precautions, even going to bars, we can prevent the spread. What are some good masks? Because now I'm taking a look at other kind of masks. I don't go anywhere except the store, grocery store, and the doctor's office for my treatment. So, but what are some good idea masks? Because we all wear those not cheap masks, but cost-effective masks like the doctors have. I've seen these shields, but what would you recommend?
Number one, something's better than nothing. So wear something. Even the gator masks have been felt to be the least protective. In fact, when this all first started, the group that sponsors the TV show Survivor, Buff, they came out immediately on Twitter with a statement that we cannot protect you against coronavirus. But later on, they didn't ever change that statement, but there were studies that showed that they can reduce coronavirus by just wearing that. So wear something, period. If you forget a mask, put your t-shirt over your mouth. Who cares? Just put something. So that's number one. Something's better than nothing. So if you got something, wear it, period. Best N95. Best is to wear one of those P100 masks with the pink and the yellow. That's almost like a gas mask. That is 100%.
Those are cool. I like those. Yeah.
Some people find them very confining, but I wore it for 3 months straight until I saw the studies that showed that N95 was just fine. So I'm now just wearing N95s, more comfortable, and my ears are a little bit better and not as red. But N95's next. And then I know one thing that's fallen out of favor is a mask with a valve on it. They've now found that the valves reduce your protection from the virus. But anything from the valved masks up, just fine. But once again, something's better than nothing. I had my birthday on July 18th, and as a joke, I was wearing my mask and trying to blow out my birthday candles. With a basic surgical mask, I could not blow out my birthday candles. So it protects the breath from getting all over the place. So you're protecting others and you're protecting yourself. Everybody wears one, such as the mask that he showed from the dollar store. Just fine. Okay. And it's true. You really can't find those much. And the ones he has are the most protective against blowing on other people and other people blowing on you. So luckily he has the right masks in his store. But the bottom line is wear something, period. And then stay 6 feet apart if you're not sure about the efficacy of the mask. But those basic principles and just making sure you don't go out with any illness or fever, it's working. And you can go to movie theaters that enforce that. You can go to grocery stores that enforce that. You can go on an airplane that enforces that. I'm proof positive because my trip to Vegas, me and my kids were perfectly safe. So people should live their lives again, because we cannot be shacked up for 3 years. I'm seeing the teen suicide rates going up. I'm seeing the depression rates going up. I've seen my own patients, their depression starting to go up. We need to start living life. I hate using the word normal, but the way you need to. We can have concerts again at drive-in movies. We can have concerts where you keep people 6 feet apart. Dave Chappelle had that concert where he kept everybody separated at a drive-in, and I think he put it on Netflix or YouTube or something. None of those people got coronavirus. So, just be smart, wear the mask. There's nothing, I think most of the people who are against it and can't do it, number one, people with really, I've written one note for one patient who had such severe COPD, his oxygen levels really did go down. Everybody else, it was psychological. It was just feeling confined, feeling claustrophobic. And hypnosis, stress reduction, deep breathing exercise work for that. So if you can't wear the mask, see if there's a way you can get yourself psychologically ready to wear the mask, because it will save your life, and also help you with your anxiety. Learn these techniques to be able to wear the mask. But the bottom line is wear something, period.
Yeah, definitely got to wear that mask. There's no doubt about that. Dr. Art, I've got to tell you one thing. One is geared toward Bill. Actually, both of them are geared toward Bill and everything. But me and Bill are glad to know that you are a July 18th person, because that means that you're part of the Cancer Club here in the IBM.TV, because we've got a group of folks who connected with Lynn. So you've also connected with us as a fellow cancer in the astrological world. And I wish that politicians, because I know Bill is covering a lot of politicians, I wish that they would take advice that you gave much earlier. Because that's, if you don't know something, just admit that you don't know it, and you'll go find it and everything. And I wish that our politicians would do that as well on both sides of the aisle, because I find that oftentimes they're sitting there trying to tell us things or guess things or things of that nature. You don't know the answer, just admit that you don't know the answer, and we can move on and we can find the answer. So I wish more politicians would do that. Wouldn't you agree, Bill?
Yes, actually I would. It'd make, it might put me out of a job, but but it would be easier on the stress level. So.
But the problem is, once you say that, then they put it on a little blurb and play it over and over again on TV. I don't know. And then you look at it. So.
And then you don't know anything about anything. I mean, they'll replay that for every question ever asked you. So I agree with you, Dr. Arthur. They do abuse that, don't they?
Working with politicians, you learn why they do the things they do. Even in your closed door meetings, you hear what they really think, and then you understand why they have to answer a certain way, because the media is tough. And but that's the thing. That's their job, to make sure that they're on their toes and they're doing the right things.
Well, the thing is that because of these, nothing is confidential anymore. And I just tell everybody, just make sure whatever you do is, but even people can edit it, right? But just, don't do things that you are going to regret or regret somebody else hearing. I've always tried to be very careful about that. And, but again, you bring up something that was very concerning to me is that we're still seeing high suicide rates in the young people. What are some of your suggestions for us to be a little more observant to this? I'm hoping that we get more hotlines open, but that's sometimes something that even parents don't see or recognize. So what are some things that we could do to be more observant?
Well, the first thing is to be observant to yourself. For instance, I'm taking my sabbatical and going deep sea fishing, but observe yourself. See if you are having, just question, ask other people. But let me give you a story. When I was a little kid, I think I was 5 or 6 years old. My mom couldn't find a babysitter. She was a post-anesthesia nurse in Einstein Hospital in Philadelphia. And so she had to bring me to work because she couldn't find, and that was back in the day where you could do that. She put me in the office and she was helping patients. If she was on call, so if something happened, she had to bring me to work, put me in the office, and take care of the patients when they woke up from anesthesia. So she would put me in the room with a bunch of toys and I'd just hang out there. Well, this guy came out of surgery and he woke up and he's like, "Oh, Lord Jesus, thank you, thank you, thank you." And, my mom's like, you looking at me, making sure I'm okay and just observing what I'm seeing. And the guy wakes up and he goes, "Oh, Lord Jesus, woman, if I'm alive, give me a kiss." And instead of kissing him, she took her 2 fingers and put them on his forehead and did that. He's like, "Oh, Lord." He thought that was a kiss and it was kind of funny and I was laughing. And she looks at me and says, "Ha, ha, ha. I'm not going to kiss him. I'm married to your dad." And she does that and he goes, Lord Jesus, thank you." And he opens his eyes and he looks at me. He goes, "Is that your son?" And she goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I need to talk to him." And he brings me over and my mom's like, "Okay, whatever." And I look at him and he's got all these scars around his belly and his chest, tons of scars. And he goes, "You need to look at me because this happened because I thought that nobody would listen to me. I had something to say and I didn't ask somebody to listen to me. I didn't pull somebody off the street. I just kept it to myself. And you see all these scars? It was trying to come out. And the reason I tried to commit suicide and stab myself 27 times was because I had something to say and I thought there was nobody to listen to me. So now I got to tell you, if you have anything to say, if you're keeping something inside, just pull somebody off the street and say it to them and you won't end up like me." And I learned that lesson at 5 years old. If you got something to say, holding it in is what's going to make it fester, and then you try to stab it outside of yourself. So you got to observe yourself first. Take care of you. Make sure if you need something to do, if you need to take a break, if you got something to say, just pull somebody off the street, okay? And it stayed with me for so long, and it's still so fresh in my mind that I got to observe a guy who just stabbed himself 27 times, had his life saved, and was so gleeful and happy that he had to pull a 5-year-old kid and give him his lesson. That lesson has stayed with me. So when you see somebody who has something to say, this is what you need to observe. People who are and not talking and just reserved, you got to ask them, do you got something to say? You know, why don't we sit down and have coffee? Or that's the first thing to do. You know, you see all these people posting on Facebook, well, I'm a person to listen to. Here's a hotline, you know, here's the depression hotline. Everybody else posts this. Instead of doing that, why don't you pull somebody who's got something to say, where you see they're not talking, or you see they're staying reserved, or you see they're not saying what they need to say. Bring them out to coffee, have a sit down, stay 6 feet apart, wear your mask. But ask them to tell you what they have to say. And a lot of times they'll just tell you, even if they're just a stranger on the street where you just observe it, a lot of times they'll tell you what they need to, and you will save somebody from a suicidal thought. Give them a chance to say what they need to say so they don't end up there. So that was my lifelong lesson. And I do that when I have a patient that's suicidal. My first thing is, here's the rule. You got to ask me first. You got to ask my permission if you're allowed to commit suicide. What does that do? That forces them to give me a call. And even if they can't get me, they got to wait till I get back to them before they can commit suicide. And
you ask me first.
I hear what they have to say. And so so my suicide contract is, you're not allowed to do it unless I give you permission. And they're like, what? I'm like, just go with it. And they sign a contract that says, I will not commit suicide without asking Dr. Apollinaris permission. Okay, they call me. This is going on. Da, da, da. I said, okay, talk. After they talk, they feel better. They've gotten it out of themselves. They don't need to stab it outside of their body like I saw that guy do all those years ago. So that lesson has stuck with me and has been the best. I didn't learn this technique from medical school. I learned it from that guy who stabbed himself 27 times when I was 5 years old.
Wow, that is so impactful. You know, I witnessed my first person who cut themselves as well. Apparently, I didn't realize that this was a trend with some people, and it was somebody very close to me. And so I kind of opened up the door in the same. I'm not a clinical person. I'm just a person who cares. I would have never thought to say, before you commit suicide, call me. You know, you have to talk to me first. I love that, but I did make myself more available to that person, right? During that, when I would see that, like you said, you kind of see them kind of fall away a little bit. But that's so impactful to hear that they actually, that's what they're feeling. See, I didn't understand why they were cutting themselves, but to hear that, because they didn't feel like they were being listened to, that's just opened my eyes even more. Maybe that's, you know, again, very good observations to pay attention to other people. But like you said, before you can observe other people's problems, you have to take care of yourself first, right?
Yeah.
And you need to get out there. And I'm excited about you going deep sea fishing. Be careful of those sharks. They had a shark attack. I'm going to share a picture with you on Facebook. A friend of mine, he goes deep, or used to go deep sea fishing with his son when they were younger, and they caught North Carolina's largest shark. It was a white, and it was very unusual to be out swimming where it was and where they were. But it was, you know, so famous. They had this big picture taken. I got a copy of it. It was a while back, but and I showed it to his son because his son has replaced his practice. He's one of my doctors and a friend. And I said, do you remember this? And he goes, oh my God. Because he became my doctor. And which I think is pretty cool to have somebody's son now become my doctor. But yeah, but you're right. We got to take care of ourselves, take care of our community. I'm so happy to hear that you're on the board for the vaccine, because I know how you are.
So going back to the whole depression thing, so you know, I'm both a Western trained MD, but also a clinical hypnotherapist. The hypnotherapy thing taught me the most about depression, as far as the most common trends. And the way you learn about it as a hypnotherapist is Depression is suppression, is that voice that needs to say something. So instead of saying it, like say you're angry at somebody, but if you say something, it's socially unacceptable, or you'll look bad upon, or you might lose your friends or lose your family. So they push down the statements, and instead of saying it and being angry, they
push it down.
Push it down, and they silence themselves. And so a lot of depression is really what's called, it shouldn't be called depression, it should be suppression, suppressing your voice. So that's why that advice works so well, is when you give them a voice where they can speak out to what they're really holding in. So, you know, the common things: I've been raped, I've been abused, I've been on drugs, I've been, doing poorly at work, my marriage is going poorly. All those things are things you're not allowed to say in church, or not allowed. The places where you should usually be able to say those things, push down, and it gets worse and worse, because the more you push it down, the stronger it wants to come out, the stronger the things you need to do to push it down, all the way to the point where the chemistry in your brain changes and you can't say anything anymore, and that you just sit silent because this thing is festering. So that's why giving a person a safe space, a place to speak, that's why doctor-patient relationship is so important, where you promise to never say the stuff outside of the office and let them speak freely. That is your most powerful thing. So as a hypnotist, I let them, I'll hypnotize them, and I say, okay, what things do you need to say? Boom, boom, boom. And you'll even see some people punch in the air, like, I should have beat that person up. That guy was on top of me and I should have hit him with a rock. And because they didn't, they feel so guilty, and they don't want to say that they were weak in that moment. You give them that ability to speak it out, to yell at that person, pretend like you're that person. The depression, the suppression starts going and lifting up, and then they can speak their mind. The most powerful people, like women who've been abused, is the ones who can go on stage and say, I was sexually abused by this guy, but look at me now. Look at my business, look at my partnerships, look at my new love. It's the people that hold it in and never speak out about it that have the most closed in, the most suppression, the tightness in the chest, the tightness in the shoulders, the inability to speak because they're holding it in. And the chakras, as the Indian physicians will talk about, get held in. Those are the things that you help loosen up when you just let a person have a voice and a safe space to talk about things they can't talk about.
You could not have said that better. One of the greatest moments is when I broke down and opened up to a therapist. I went to seek help because I just realized there was just something really wrong. It was a long time ago, and I try to maintain practice, right? But it was the most amazing feeling when I released everything. And it was weird because I was only supposed to have an hour. It was like this first time meeting, but emergency kind of, he could sense it in my voice. And I was there for 3, and he didn't let me go. Right. He said, no, we're going to get through this. And then he shared an experience with me, but being able to let it out and then hearing that I was just normal made me just feel whole again, like what you were saying. And I came out of that, like you were saying, a much more positive about myself, but more positive about my next goals. And one of the things I learned is well, for me anyway, is I still am that nature of I will still continue to suppress and just take care of things, that I had to get into a discipline and practice, like you were talking about, to let it out. And it's good to find that person you trust, right? Someone that you trust to let this out with, or to find somebody who is practicing this so that they can guide you the right way. Like you said, have coffee with someone, but also I think it's good to talk with someone who's clinically trained to help guide you, right?
Yep. And the greatest thing is, with cell phones and the internet, you can do it online now. You don't have to go. I mean, we have telehealth, and that's always been a thing, but a lot of insurance are now covering it, and it's not very expensive. You can find an online therapist at any time these days. And, there are apps that you can do this, and the insurance covers it, and there's no reason to not be able to find that person to talk to now.
Oh, just make sure you got a box of tissues.
Or your sleep.
When you go to the doctor, they always have a box or 2 of tissues there, right? They always do. It just amazes me. It's always, maybe 1 or more boxes, and it's always, they just nudge it towards you. Go ahead, open up if you feel like it, But make sure when you do the telehealth that you have a box of tissue or go.
Yep. And that's another thing with this whole coronavirus crisis. A lot of people are losing a lot of people, and they're not grieving. They're not, getting a chance to say I love you. They're shacked up in a hospital, and you're not allowed to see them except through an iPad. And people feel so guilty that they didn't say I love you before all of that. Right. And that's part of the process. People need to grieve appropriately and say goodbye to those people and tell them they love them and not feel bad that they didn't get to do it because of this whole coronavirus thing. I'm seeing a lot of that type of grief right now, and that's what's causing people to feel suicidal and all. So you can't feel guilty when a pandemic like this is keeping you away from your family and preventing you from doing the hugs and all the things you want to do. You kind of just have to be okay with that and take a deep breath and just understand their spirit is still hearing you when you say I love you and all that.
And I think that's the biggest message we can give to people, because I've always said that, especially in the moment of deaths, I've had to say goodbye to a lot of people. I've never had regrets of my last words being I love you, or holding a hand. That always just makes you carry away a whole lot better. I can't imagine what these people are suffering through. Maybe it's a group that we can pull together down the road of where people can gather and talk about this, because I think a lot of people are going home and suppressing that feeling because they don't want to feel guilty or, they don't want to reach out for that empathy. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. And just to warn you, my phone has 8% left, so I might cut out pretty soon.
Oh, well, we're going to wrap up too. We got probably 10 minutes.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And but just on a final note, I think we need to start looking. Since you work in Washington and you're doing the questions and stuff up there, we're doing a lot of coronavirus funding, but we really need the mental health funding now. We really need it almost to be equal, because we're going to see a lot more mishaps and deaths from this now that we're reaching that plateau of people staying at home and being lonely and not having that voice. We're getting that threshold where the deaths from mental health are going to start going higher than coronavirus, and that's what I'm most concerned about.
That's right. And you got a fan that is reaching out, and she just thinks you're wonderful.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you coming on like this. And I love that you're giving us some ideas and suggestions rather than just saying we can or can't do something, that there are some explanations behind this. But I think that knowing that there's some hope coming down the road. I just had my flu vaccine, by the way. So we were talking about vaccines. But
that was yesterday.
Yeah. And then, but what we need to do, like you said, is we're on top of taking care of COVID. We've got solutions for treatments. Not everybody's going to survive. We know this, but this is the unfortunate part of any virus or disease that's in our world. But we have better control of it. We know treatments. But now we need to focus on the mental aspect as well as the economic hit. And I think we're strong enough to do that now. I think we need to focus on that, not be as afraid going out, like you said, going out into the open and meeting people again. I'm looking forward to my first day on a plane again. Listening to you talk about flying kind of opened up my mind to maybe plan my next trip. So
now for you, definitely have the shield and the mask. And they, as long as you can handle it for that long of a flight. I saw a lot of people wearing shields that had concerning medical conditions, and it probably was a good idea for them.
Well, I might go get a stormtrooper outfit or Darth Vader, and then I don't have to worry, right? But I agree, because if you have certain immune problems, I will tell you this, and maybe hypnosis might help me, but I knew I would have a problem with this because I have anxiety issues about things being too close to my face, and so I practiced every day wearing one of these, right? The minute I knew that this would not just save my life, but save somebody else's life if I got sick. So I practiced every day because I said, if my doctors can wear these for hours, I can do it. Now, I will say,
hypnotically, what you want to imagine is if there's something that you feel comfortable, like sometimes silk or, any kind of object that you feel comfortable over your face, just imagine that that's what it is.
But unfortunately, that was just something I never could do. even a handkerchief, and you're playing robbers and stuff when you were a kid. That was just something I could ever do very well. But I did kept practicing and telling myself that it wasn't dangerous. I can breathe. I did have issues with it when I went under an MRI, and they made me, because I had to go in for some extra diagnostics.
Which is claustrophobic enough.
Right. And I got to where, unfortunately, and I kept focusing where I was supposed to be, but I did have a small panic attack where I couldn't breathe anymore for whatever reason. But they did pull me out. But it was, I kid you not, it was so timed, so perfect. It was like, we're almost done. Just hold your breath. We know you can't breathe, but and I normally don't have those. I've been undergoing MRIs for 20 years without panic attacks. And for whatever reason, having this on, I guess, didn't help. Plus, they gave me some medication, and it didn't react very well. But I'm going to maybe take a hypnosis session to help me go through that a little bit better, because it was very, very scary. And I, don't want to go through that again. But we're closing in on the hour. Are there some other things you would like to share with us that we can offer some inspiration for our viewers?
Nope, that's it, because I think my phone's about to die, so I don't want to get cut off in the middle of a thought.
Yeah, well,
I think I've given enough.
Thank you. Yes, you have. And have fun this weekend. And
thank you.
I look forward to watching your Facebook post. Don't catch a shark.
The word "don't" makes you do what you say, so
right.
I'll probably catch a shark now.
No bananas.
Okay. All right, take care, everybody. Good talking to you.
Take care.
Okay.
Wow, he's always such a joy. I love his smile. He's been joining us. He was one of the first U.S. doctors to actually come and talk on TV. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I find him amazing. I've learned so much in the time that he's been on.
Oh yeah, and I don't know what happened to Mark, but I'm not very good at watching the controls like I'm supposed to. But I know he beamed out because he was totally gone, and now he's
I'm
back
again. Yeah, I'm back again. Apparently, there's been some outages around Durham. So, like I said, I've seen a couple of notices. So that's why I've popped in and out. So, and I just got a notice from the fine folks at StreamYard. And by the way, y'all would be glad to know that on Mullins Music and Memories, the show on Monday night, we're going to have an executive from StreamYard on the show. So we can have any questions we've got about StreamYard, then they will be joining us. So we're going to have an executive from StreamYard joining us in one of our conversations this Monday.
Awesome. Invite me in to have a chat with them.
Yeah.
Please do. I would love to meet with them if you can make that happen.
Yeah.
The reason is I'm not going to say I was one of their first, but I know that we were in the very beginning of them truly getting launched and growing. Yeah. And I want to tell them that out of all of the companies that I have worked with in this kind of business, they were the best customer support. Mm-hmm. I mean, kid you not, I could chat with them live while I'm going, okay, we got a little problem here, and they were on it. Yeah. So I would like to commend him for his efforts on. To me, they have had some of the best customer support that I have had to work with in a long time. So I would like to say thank you. But that's interesting too. I want to get back to our medical conversation. Yeah. Is what can we do policy-wise to help the doctors? And this is something that I had asked Dr. Arthur months ago, because he was one of our first U.S. doctors. We were, Indian doctors were coming on. We've had doctors from all over different parts of the world, and the U.S. doctors were like, no media, no, I can't. And then Dr. Arthur comes on, and he sheds this brilliant light and then Dr. Yu started coming on. And he was, Dr. Yu also is from the U.S., but also from Mexico. With his stem cell research. But it said a lot to me about how doctors were, being told what to do. I don't know if a lot of people were aware of this, but way back in the beginning, a lot of doctors were being dismissed of their positions. And there was a big uprising about all of that. And so I was glad to see that all of this kind of calmed down and soothed out a little bit, because we don't need to be firing our doctors during a pandemic. But a lot of it was over the fact that they were disgruntled over the way the medical industry was handling things. They didn't have the PPE equipment they needed. They were Facebooking it. They were social messaging. they're disgruntled. They weren't suppressing their issues, right? Which they know better. I mean, we saw like a really prominent doctor commit suicide up in New York because it was just too much, and she was suppressing way too much. So I think he's right that we, but there's a limit there, right? There's a balance. There's one thing to outwardly decompress your issues, but suppression has, I think, that's something to look at around for. Bill, do you have anything to say? Because you're from Washington about all of this.
Well, I think that given all the weight of all the ideas that our viewers and that our guests have, there will be some change, but not for another 50 days.
No.
There's so much hanging on this election, and even and it's not even November 3rd. It's going to be election week or election weeks as the ballots come in. So I'm hopeful, though, because we've got no place and nowhere to go but up.
Well, that's true. And I've been watching a new TV series, and in there they talked about a man-made virus that's going to go viral, right? You got the bad guy and the good guy in this series. And it was so freaky, right? Because I watched them hand it off and go, yes, we designed this virus so that it sits in the human body for so many weeks without ever being detected, but it's spreading everywhere. Wow. And I'm like, and this show was made way before the virus, right? This is old show, new but old, right? Like they had all of this was produced before COVID because they're not filming new series. And I'm like, oh my God. So and it's like, so once they're infected, they're spreading it to everyone, and for 6 weeks you don't know. So then a whole population is wiped out, and I'm like, wow, that is so close to what we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, but but TV does that a lot, because I was thinking, as you were saying that, I was thinking about old episodes of X-Files. I remember watching this show that was very corny, and I'm sure Bill remembers it as well, I think it was called Swamp Thing or something like that. But the lead character was definitely dealing with like a virus and other things that were going out into the population. So definitely these kind of things have definitely been out there in science fiction for a number of years, and now we're just seeing them come to reality. So like I said, a lot of times our folks in Hollywood and in the rest of the entertainment industry are way ahead of the game in terms of like thinking about these things and creating them in their mind. But we didn't know that the reality was going to be like it has become, because I know that even in what we're going through, so much of this is been predicted by science and by science fiction. So it's just amazing that that's going on. As a matter of fact, when I had popped out, I just saw a note come in one of my news feeds that I get on occasion that said that Dr. Fauci just said that he doesn't think normal is going to come around till late 2021. And I think he's saying that at the earliest. So as the doctors have said, we just have to be prepared and have to deal with this maybe for another year, 2 years, who knows, maybe even 3. But I know it's time for us to get ready to wrap up. And I think that we've had some great conversation with some amazing doctors. And I know I'm looking forward to the conversation next week as well, because we always have great doctors here and they give us some great and powerful advice. So I'm glad to be part of this amazing team here on IBM TV, and also glad to see the amazing doctors that Ankit and the rest of the crew bring around. I don't know if you saw this, Ankit, earlier, but I was telling Bill that I want to nominate you as producer of the year. You do a great job of lining people up. So when we get these awards going, me and Bill are going to have you as producer of the year.
I'm voting.
That's right. We love it.
IBM is known as International Broadcasting Media, and it's all about team and how we can work it together. So that's what IBM is. But I wanted to ask Dr. Arthur that can we do a special about a show on vaccine and about what could be the future healthcare policy in terms of doctors, because we have to discuss on that. Right now, if you open a television channel across the globe, there are multiple news channels going around, and everyone is talking about different vaccines. So people are a little confused what's happening in the vaccine market. How are they? Making it. What is the progress and how we have to consume and get it vaccinated. So if we do a special show about vaccine, that would be interesting, and also a different show about what should be the future healthcare policy from a doctor's point of view, so that we can implement and people would like to be a part of it. That everyone would like to be interested to know what are the precautions and things like that they need to follow in future as well. So
and maybe we can do a panel talk about the vaccines with other doctors. And again, this is my COVID doctor. This is what I put my faith in during the first part of COVID. But I can tell COVID doctor, hey, guess what? We got this under control now. But, you know, spiritually, we have to find something and a reason to smile and laugh. Right. But hear me out on this. It is the most infectious virus of all. Smile. Right. Share it. And let it spread. And let it spread to everyone. Because even when someone's sick and you give them that empathy smile, like, I love you, smile. Even if it's on the phone, that is the virus we want to be spreading right now. And that's going to heal more people spiritually, more people mentally, and more people physically. Because I know when somebody comes to me and helps me smile again, I feel better. I don't know about you. Don't you, Ankit? When I laugh, I feel better. Yeah.
Obviously, smile and happiness will always, make sure that you are happy and you are ready to fight with the current situation. Because what is this one?
I thought I'd bring my little pet alligator. Like my little pet alligator. Think we'd have some laughter. So it's my little pet alligator. So Kim's got her things going. I've got my little pet alligator. So we thought we'd add some humor to what's going on in the world. So definitely agree with y'all on that. We need that. So Bill, we need you to have a pet as well. So you got to get something going on over there. We need a pet from Bill and a pet from Ankit.
All right. Okay. Well,
we can do a pet show. Maybe we can do a mascot and a pet show sometime soon.
That's great. Put the lion up there. We're gonna have to wrap.
Yeah. Okay. But I just want to add, as we leave our viewers, well, physically, it takes more muscles to frown than it does to smile. So keep that in mind. And let's see that lion again. Let's roar. Let's go out.
And thank you for watching IBM TV. Let's bring our ambassador on and share some goodwill.
Coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
You got it, guys.
That's the wrap for the day, and it was a great discussion with a lot of doctors around the world talking about COVID, and COVID is still there, so we have to make sure that we protect ourselves and our family and our neighborhood and try to keep away from the virus, which is very egoistic. And parallelly, we are also running a Financial Friday show, which we have recreated with new host starting today at 1 p.m. EST. So the show almost about to over. So do join us or make sure that if you can watch all our shows on www.ibm.tv. And thank you very much. And we'll see you tomorrow on Spiritual Saturday. It was a wonderful conversation. And thank you, Mark. Thank you, Bill. And thank you, Kim. And it's time to wrap up. And I'm looking for Financial Friday. But here we go.